Hello, everybody.
Hello.
Welcome to Worcestery Council Theater 3000 on a beautiful December 7th day here in lovely Worcester, Massachusetts. Bill, how you doing?
I'm doing just great.
We got a big one tonight.
Yeah, we have the two things that are probably the most important of note are the public hearing on the tax rate, which we've discussed in the past couple of weeks about its inherent uselessness and how much of a political football it tends to be here despite that. And also we have the school committee redistricting, not redistricting, but adding district school committee members as required by a lawsuit. And we're going to take on that tonight. And that is going to be an amazing conversation because it seems like nobody on the city council really understands this process or what's happening. So we're going to be having fun with that one as well.
And in that way, it's nice to feel like you have a slight leg up on the city council, because while we don't really know either, we're trying to know, and I feel like that's a market improvement than a lot of the councils that are currently there. I'm hoping that it's going to be.
And we'll get into this as we get to that item, but there's a couple memos attached in the city council packet this week that illustrate how this would shake out, and it is going to be so bewilderingly confusing for voters, I think. And I just don't know. We'll get to it, but we do have a bunch of guests tonight, which I'm really excited about. We're gonna have a packed house in here.
Yeah, this is gonna be. We got a great show. I'm very excited about our guests. I do. Before we get to them, I just want to say that we are sponsored, as always, by Crafty Kombucha. Look at this beautiful hat.
I need my hat.
Bill, I'm so sorry to throw this in your face because Sean Connolly won't give you your hat, but
he's keeping it hostage. I even saw him last weekend.
He refused, and every time I say, "Hey, Sean, bring Bill's hat," and
he's just not going to.
He goes he like a little troll boy. But we love Crafty Kombucha. Not bewilderingly confusing. That is straightforward. It's the best. We love it. Go get it at all your local stores. And thank you to Matt for being a very great friend to us, as always. So, we have we have a packed house tonight. We have some great guests. Bill, do you want to introduce our panel?
Yeah. Our panel, as I understand it, is we have Brendan Melican, as he has been for the past couple weeks. Let's bring Brendan in.
Hey, everyone's wearing hats but Bill because nobody loves you and wants to give you one.
Oh man, that just stinks. That's just hard to hear, man.
No, your hair looks great. I love you.
We're getting off to a bad foot here, Brendan.
I'm sorry. I do love you.
And much to Brendan's chagrin, we have Tracy Novick in the house.
Hey,
Tracy's in here.
Hats. I didn't get that memo.
Oh well, neither did I guess.
At least no one's depriving me of a hat. I would have come prepared if I'd realized
that. We have City Councilor elect Tu Nguyen. Bring him in.
Hey, folks. How's it going? Thanks for having me.
Hi, too.
There's
Congratulations.
I'm sad on the hat thing, too. I was debating if I should wear a hat, but instead I did my hair. So
hats are wildly outnumbered now.
Hair is looking great. And we have Nicole Apostle, I think. She here yet?
She hasn't. We're missing our last two. We'll bring them in.
All right. That's the more surprises. More surprises.
More surprises come in.
Yeah.
So tonight, go ahead, Bill. Yeah.
No, I just said from my vantage point, I really can't see who's in and who's out. So I was going in blind there.
Oh, we got another guest that just popped in here. I'll give you 1 second to warning that we're going to bring her in, and hopefully she'll be ready for it. Atel Hajia is here once again.
Hey.
Atel!
Hey guys! Hey everybody! I see Tracy here too.
Thank you so much for joining us again, Atel. Did you have that much fun last week?
I did. It was a little scary. A little
What do you
scary.
mean? Not
wasn't
this,
so
right?
scary, though, that when we suggested it, that she didn't decide to stay with us. So
Yeah, it's true. It's
No,
true.
it was fun.
Yeah.
It was fun.
So the way, I mean, Bill mentioned earlier today that you three and Nicole wanted to come on with us maybe tonight and kind of just go through kind of procedurally how the city council works, a little more of the nuances, ins and outs that most of us don't, really know about.
yeah, I mean, so I was even having this conversation with some of my incoming colleagues over the weekend. So because our new school committee members came to our meeting last week, and Jermaine said like that part of it is just sort of the process of how does it work, and when someone stands up and says something like through the chair, what are you even talking about, and what is it that's going on when someone, why do they have to vote by roll call, and when do they have to vote by roll call, and why are we voting minutes, and all those things actually matter. And geeky people like Nicole and I actually pay attention to these things and can tell you why they matter. So we'll try not to completely be downers here, but I think that among other things, it's going to make for more effective incoming city councilors. Yay! If they get the sort of up and up on this already. And I know that Tu and Etel were at the MMA training, so they got sort of the open meeting law and all that kind of stuff. But there's also some weird stuff that Worcester does. Y'all will be shocked to know.
Oh, weird.
Know ahead of time. So, yeah.
Yeah.
So this is a class. Etel and Tu, there will be a quiz at the end. Yeah.
We're
gonna post your
results. We'll be
results.
on here like riffing while you're actually on the council floor. So
Oh,
Yeah,
boy.
that's true. That's true. Yeah. And no one quiz me after because I'm going to pretend to understand a lot of things that I actually don't. When someone tells you something and you still don't understand, but you say, "Oh."
Mhm.
that's usually what happens when I start talking about the foundation budget.
Yeah, yeah.
Uh,
We've had a couple of those conversations, Tracy. Oh.
Oh, right. Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
So we have a few minutes. We have about 13 minutes until they should be doing the Pledge of Allegiance and this Star Spangled Banner, which should give us another almost 10 minutes, which will be great. But Tracy, is there anything up front that you think, big things that you want to touch on tonight, you want people to pay attention to as we're going through this tonight?
I mean, you all have hit sort of like what are the big stories, right? And one thing that I know that some people were chatting about even on Twitter earlier today was sort of like in terms of the city budget and in terms of city finances, kind of what does the council talk about and what doesn't the council talk about, right? So tonight's, I mean, this is the revenue decision. This is the how does the city get the money that the city gets, and what comes up in that, like as you all have said, it ends up being this sort of like back and forth tit for tat, like there's only two sides, that's the only things we talk about. But then if you actually look at the whole revenue picture for the city of Worcester that's in the city budget, there's other ways that we get money, right? We get money from the state, we get money from other lines, so those kinds of things matter. I mean, big picture, I would say the thing that I always say to new members is know your rules. So, I mean, for those who aren't familiar, the city council does have a manual. They have a set of rules. It actually includes a bunch of stuff. The city also runs on a Plan E charter, which gives us a couple of bizarre things like the personal hold, which does not actually exist in other forms of city government. So, yeah, there's some stuff that's sort of technical stuff about being a counselor or even operating in Worcester that matters.
Great.
You also
Great.
have to learn how to be very petty and spiteful.
Well,
lowercase p petty or uppercase
I
p
thought you were making a reference to the mayor. So one of the things you do
No.
learn, and I'll tell you this, having served with the mayor for a number of years now, is you do start to read when he's running out of patience, which you can.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
So you and speaking as someone who stood and argued a point with our administration for a good 15 minutes last week, one of the things to keep in mind was, are you going to lose the mayor or is he still with you? So that you can tell that better inside the room.
We saw that pretty clearly last week, Bill, when he said, that is an answer. I gave you an answer.
Yeah. When he's talking to Mo Bergman and he just snaps and he goes, "Well, I just gave you a reason, so that's reason." Yeah. Joe Petty, when he wants to be a little sassy, he can pull out the sass for sure.
Yeah. Now, I do want to just let everyone in the audience know tonight that we Travis, while he is in the audience, he is not in the StreamYard with us tonight. He is away. He's in Miami.
Must be nice, Travis.
Yeah, trying to track down Will
Jealous.
Smith, as I understand it. So
Huh.
we're going to be a little bit light on Photoshops tonight, but I do very much encourage people, if you have ideas for Photoshops, throw them in the chat. We will compile them and see if what we can get Travis to make up for us next week. He'll work double hard as soon as he gets back to make sure that
Yes, that's right.
we're memeing at an all-time high.
Yeah. I already requested
just-
that Travis make a Photoshop of the orb meme that's been going around with the wizard as Turtle Boy and the orb as the turtle. But we're waiting on that one. So
Yeah, he's drinking mojitos and eating a Cuban sandwich right now. So we're gonna have to wait. We're on Travis time now, but we appreciate for him showing up in the chat nonetheless when he could be sitting on the beach right now. So we got about 9 minutes to go.
you know what's an adorable?
Go ahead.
But before we get into this, if we look at our agenda, 10J, Bill Coleman has 3 petitions on here. And the first of them, 10J, is that Worcester City Council declare the year of 2022 as a year of kindness in Worcester, in which we encourage citizens and guests to be kinder to each other as the city of Worcester leads the way for all cities in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. That's just adorable. I can't wait to hear Bill Coleman's little spiel on why we should make an official decree to be kind in a city that is just anything but kind on a given day. We just are not a nice. We aren't nice people, you know. And I don't think you can just make an order to make us be less sarcastic and rude to each other.
It's worth a shot. I mean, no one's tried that yet.
Yeah, you know,
no, it's never been done here. in this city.
No,
I think it's worth a shot.
I
That's
mean,
gonna be
we're
very
the part
exciting.
of the Commonwealth, so it might make sense.
Yeah, that's true. The cold, icy heart of the Commonwealth.
Aw.
Aw.
No, this is I to be honest with you, I've lived a few different places in my life. I think Worcester has a hard edge, but a soft, core.
Like a
I think
Tootsie Pop.
Yeah.
That's what I was. No, sorry, that's what I was
Nobody
thinking.
lives
Of. I was
in
thinking of
the
Tootsie
center.
Pop. Yeah.
Now,
Bill
the thing
is-
that's on here is a public petition, by the way, that matters in terms of something that other people are talking about. I don't know that people know when Crown and Castle is on here. That's actually the fiber that runs between like Worcester Public Schools and that kind of thing. So to the extent that we have any sort of infrastructure in the city around the internet, that's what Crown and Castle is doing when they petition things. And I only realized that myself when I joined the municipal broadband committee. So sort of sharing that for those who didn't actually know that.
I did not know that.
I did not know that.
I heard a story that they're going down Main Street there is fiber optics that pass by like the Worcester, like the Odd. And that's part of the reason why they're thinking an esports arena for the Odd is because they have the ability to tap into that already. Is that something that's like a wider...
One of the things
There's
that so this was a push that the chamber brought up, and Tim Murray's been working on this for a while. We've been doing micro trenching throughout most of the city whenever there's a new construction project. So like when the courthouse apartments were getting finalized, there was a couple weeks where there was a 2-inch deep channel that was run down that section of Highland Street. That was all fiber that was being laid. And so it's this mesh that's constantly getting built out. And I think that's what Tracy was speaking to, the folks that are mostly behind it. Anytime you see like a Phoenix communication truck somewhere in the city and a hole in the ground, they tend to be involved with laying new micro-trenched fiber.
Oh,
cool.
I just figured that was FBI wiretapping.
yeah.
Well, that's what they end up using it for. But you also get video gaming too.
Oh,
Yeah.
man.
Hey, listen. I'll take the trade-off, I guess.
Yeah, if your lag time and Fortnite dips, I mean, come on, a little wiretapping, that's fine.
I'm worried about my frames, baby.
What's that noise? Is that wiretapping going on right now?
Yes.
Yeah.
You mentioned the
Most likely.
FBI, screwed up the audio.
And also birds are fake. Okay. So Attell was here last week too. Thank you so much for joining us. This is your first time on. We're not going to press you on any issues as far as like you don't have to tip your hat, but I want to know if there's anything that you're seeing right now that you think you especially are excited to address as you kind of take office in a few weeks.
Yeah, I mean, community-led solutions is something I ran on, and it's something that I'm still hoping to do. I think even joining y'all here, I remember a year ago how I learned about city council was through just community folks like watching the city council and like writing comments to each other and like having chats to understand how city council work. And I think that's something I really want to make accessible for the community so that we continue to have these conversations where we're engaged and paying attention. And then seeing where people really, start advocating, start organizing around. I'm really excited to support those efforts as I'm on the other side as a city councilor.
That's great. Yeah, absolutely. I have two very interesting conversations this week that I think play into that. One update for everybody that was watching last week. Sean Rose did email me back after he checked my email live during the city council meeting. We had a nice conversation. He called me. I don't agree with what he was talking to me about the funding for the body cameras. He tried to he kind of went in depth further into the logic that he said that night during the meeting. And while I respect his opinion, and obviously I disagree, it was a great conversation, and I'm happy we had it. And I'm happy that he didn't do it because I don't think he, to be honest with you, knows about this show. He did it because I'm a constituent, and I appreciate that. Now, again, I did say I disagree. I don't believe his reasoning is sound. I really do think that it's not a feasible or very good approach to this issue, especially when we don't have accountability kind of already on the table for the body camera issue. But it does raise it. The fact that he called me back and had the conversation and listened to what I had to say raises the issue, because today on the Burncoat neighborhood Facebook group, I see people complaining about all the digging up Burncoat Street. They've been doing it for a few months. It's been extremely annoying. I agree. And I see people complaining about the fact that they're having problems with their yard being torn up or the sidewalk being cracked, and what is Sean Rose going to do about this? And my comment back to one of the gentlemen was, well, what have you called him? And his answer was, how do I do that? So
yeah,
I really
where
do.
We're at.
Yeah, I mean, it's that is partially, part of it, 50% of it is that counselors are willing to engage in these conversations and Attell, and two, I think you both are going so much further than most people have before to kind of try and approach these conversations. But also there is, in much the same way that, what the 16% of people vote in this city, 80% of people don't even think to reach out about these about any issues they're having, whether
they
it's
just complain on
or...
nextdoor.com.
Exactly.
Yeah,
And
right.
Which is also valid, but it doesn't actually get anything done.
Sure. And that's what, and that was kind of my point, is like, if you want to, if you have an issue, I'm all for bitching. We created a whole show to do it. But have the conversation, at least try and reach out first. If they don't address your issue, then yeah, take to the internet streets and do what you got to do. But I just wanted to kind of throw out that I had that experience today that was very telling, especially after having, I'm not surprised that Sean reached out to me. I'm just surprised that he was willing to have a frank conversation about it.
Right.
He did call me at 3 p.m. while I was at work, and I didn't recognize the caller ID, which is the only reason I answered. And I think he was trying to just get away with leaving me a voicemail, and I don't like that.
Yeah, I think to respond to that, I think one of the things that people struggle with is like the imagination, right? Like sometimes we don't imagine our government or our representatives to actually be reachable. And so I think the more reachable we are, the easier it is for people to actually do that kind of, talking to people and stuff like that. I remember one time I was talking to young folks and they were saying how, well, if there was something that happened in my school and, my teachers aren't doing anything, like who would I talk to? And if the principal didn't do anything, who would I talk to? And I had to be like, we have a whole school committee. But, for young folks, like that's not something that they, one, learn, or two, sometimes we kind of pedestal like elected officials as if they're like far-fetched folks. And the more that we could be like, hey, we're just average folks like you who, kind of show up and ran for the community, the more they're like, oh yeah, of course, I could, call up to or Attell or Tracy,
Yeah. I think that's also that's easy information for somebody who pays attention to know, but I think that the really hard part is demonstrating that a city official can be good and useful to people who don't pay attention or have given up on that prospect over the years. There's a lot of work to be done in that space, I think.
Yeah, I definitely think that while the approaches are out there, I think that there maybe are like a good amount of elected officials in this city that are willing to let people think they're not reachable. And it's easier if people aren't, like if their people aren't able to kind of engage with them, then they're kind of okay with that. And that's, so I'm happy to see that even changing a little bit. I hope it continues. We should be, they haven't quite started yet. We're running a little behind.
There's I think it might be in the same room. There's a subcommittee meeting that seemed like it was going a little long.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
the
Economic
development.
development.
Yeah, I watched the part of that earlier about the bridge, and that was about as depressing as I thought it would be. There was very, very little mention of the bridge or anything it did for the community, and they were just like, well, the building's in disrepair, so let's approve this zoning change. And that when they talked about the bridge, they just talked about how the people at the bridge were there without proper permits, and that's basically it. So kind of a typically but nonetheless depressingly small and short-sighted conversation about that particular property, which is just going to be high-end apartments next to a recently condemned flea market and a strip club. Good luck with that. Good luck with that, Dalfior.
Levels of railroad cars.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
There's cargo trains going through there all the time.
Yeah, that's going to work out great for Dalfior.
Nothing is going to kill those strip clubs. People have been trying for years. Nothing will destroy those strip clubs. So
changing the world one lap dance at a time.
This is a city that thought it was a good idea to build a hospital on top of a train track. So it's like we actually somehow view trains being your neighbor as somehow a win. There's probably room to bring a pig farm back as well and call it luxury something.
I've never thought about it that way. But that hospital is literally built on top of a train track.
Goes right through it.
What the? And also, they're still on strike. That's amazing to me. Like, holy crap! It's been what? It's all coming up on a year. Yeah, 9 months, 9 or 10 months.
9 or 10 months.
Yeah, I have to revisit that. I mean,
because what it's just down to the rehiring nurses now. They made the agreement. They're just the rehiring that is the sticking point, and that is ghoulish on tenants' part.
yeah, for sure. Well, they've been ghoulish the entire time, so.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised by it.
In an industry that's just bleeding employees, though, right? I mean, it's like it's not like they have a long waiting list of healthcare employees who can fill those roles, right? Like their options are basically hire the people that are standing outside.
Yeah, right.
Tenant is just monsters, is basically all it comes
Yeah, they're just monsters. They have 58 other hospitals, and they're just like, well, we can't concede on this one, or what's going to happen at the other ones.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's just a loss leader for them.
If you're looking for like a small silver lining, is that if people that haven't really thought about it, think about it for 2 seconds, they realize that Tenet and then all health, companies like them are ghoulish unto themselves as just in the fact that they exist in a lot of ways. So
Yeah.
maybe
what
it
if
is helping to,
What if there was some
Manifest.
federal legislation that made it so they couldn't exist?
I love
Or made it a lot harder for them to exist in their current form?
Somebody was saying in the comments, is this the longest strike in U.S. history at this juncture? Can we?
I don't know. Maybe
Yeah.
Here, I'll try something. Here, I'll Google
It's-
longest strike in U.S. history.
It would be really interesting to find out.
Yeah, I think one of the things I think about is if the nurses now can't win, what does that really mean for our labor movement?
Yeah.
Moving out of COVID and forward in general. If we, collapse them for being essential workers and now, they're kind of left stranded. That's kind of a dark future if we think about the labor movement.
Yeah. And it's, as I'm in a union. I'm in a union that recently voted to authorize a strike and then kind of, in essence, backed off of it. And it's disappointing to see that in unprecedented times with unprecedented support kind of for these movements, at least amongst the workers, that it's still this hard to kind of affect change. And it's it's sad. I really hope that things work out as best as they can, but it's not a good situation for these nurses and for all of us because of it.
The longest successful strike in the history of the United States, the Frontier Strike, ended after 6 years, 4 months, and 10 days. So we're nowhere near the longest strike in the U.S. history.
Yeah, I think it's as someone in the comments is saying, I think it's something about the longest current strike or something like that.
Okay.
And
Longest strike happening right now. Yeah.
Yeah, it may also be the longest nurses strike, and it may I think I saw something about Massachusetts. This gets very much into the sort of Worcester way of measuring things, right? which is the largest port city not on a navigable waterway. Same
yeah, right.
Definitely the most expensive police detail in American history, though.
Yeah.
There is that.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
Hi, Benny Blanco 9. What's up?
Oh, hey, Ben was here. Hung out with Ben last night to watch the Patriots game. Good
Go freaking
times.
Pats.
So they're doing the Star Spangled Banner right now. I can hear it in my ear. So we're gonna get started here in a second. We'll pop it up, but before we do,
All right.
just want to again throw it out there. Crafty Kombucha, our sponsor. Hit them up. Worcester's culture. It's good. It's good stuff, guys. I don't know. It's just
Crafty Kombucha is a really cool local company. Happy to have them on as a sponsor, and it's good to give your local people the support.
Sorry,
local
Matt.
businesses.
I did fumble that. It is Worcester's local culture. I just got distracted by the Pledge of Allegiance. Sorry.
Be federal culture too.
So Attell, I posed this to Attell last week, but too, would you consider abolishing the practice of doing the Star Spangled Banner and Pledge of Allegiance at the beginning of every meeting, if you could?
That's an interesting question.
No one wants to touch it, but everyone would be happy if it happened.
I feel like there's a lot of archaic rules that I think we could, reconsider and reimagine for sure.
That's a great answer. That's just a great answer right there.
A candy masked up tonight. That's a nice change.
Yeah.
Wow. That's too bad.
Mo Bergman's not calling in from his car.
I actually don't think it's interesting. That's not actually in the city council rules. It's in our rules. It's
They
in
have
the
to wear
school
masks?
rules.
It is. It's written out.
I mean, there's a sign on the front door. You'd think that would cover it.
No, sorry, not the mask. The Pledge of Allegiance to the national anthem. I'm sorry, I was still at the other thing.
Yeah, thanks, GT Automotive. It's just nice to know we're having an effect. We shamed Candy Merrill Carlson into wearing a mask.
Oh, so the thing I wanted to mention is they always take the minutes first, and everybody always thinks it's procedural. The minutes are actually the official record of the meeting.
Mm-hmm.
So for all that there's actually a recording, the thing you actually want to make sure your stuff is actually right in is the minutes. And that's true whether you're a city councilor or whether you petition them. Make sure they don't screw up the minutes when they put them on the next week, because you want to make sure that they don't get that wrong.
So if you'd like to start with folks on the audience, and then we'll go on.
Tracy, for school committee, do they send you all the minutes ahead of time to approve them, or do you actually approve them on the spot?
We approve them on the spot, and something I was going to recommend is so the clerk does the minutes. It's a good idea to find out, does he like you to sort of let him know ahead of time if you want to make an alteration. But if you're going to officially change the minutes, you actually have to stop the mayor and do it during the meeting.
And during the meeting, that makes sense.
And the solution was slow to come. And when the solution
Yeah, I do
Is there Randy
wonder.
Feldman?
one could argue that it
Yes.
was rushed. However, there is a way that this can all work for
We
everybody.
should find
in my
out
eyes.
if Candy Carlson
option
is
three
wearing
would
a
allow
Kate
6
Toomey branded
districts
mask.
and 2 at-large people and the mayor, so 3 at-large people. The problem, as someone who's worked as a poll worker for many years, is the
If she
difficulty
did, would
that
she
that
have to
creates
have paid
across
for it, or would that be an ethics
the
violation?
confusion that will create.
It would be an
Well,
open
it's
meeting
not what-
violation.
If it's under 25, I believe it's not a violation.
There we go. See, people who were paying attention to the other
Read the
matrix.
handbook.
Adopted a similar framework, and again had 6 district council representatives.
There you go.
and
Give you a
either
plug, Ben.
went with 3 or 5 at-large representatives, so that you ended up with 6 districts in both bodies. And
I'm really excited for this
I
redistricting.
believe should be filed.
That should be the direction that we're
at the
headed.
same exact time.
Randy's
And
doing
I
math,
don't
so
think
everyone
that
is now
this is
sleeping
something
on the
that
other
should
side of the
be handed
fence.
over to what some people think would be a more democratic process, the Charter Commission, because matters of process are matters that people who are committed and studied, like yourselves, are in the best position to be able to make. As we saw from the last turnout, very often, the public citizenry is not as engaged as you would hope. This is your decision.
Whoa,
I think you can
Randy.
do both things at the same time. And I ask that you please lead us. Thank you.
Sorry.
So that's actually what's going to be interesting is that in some ways that second order almost overshadows the school committee one, which is the council going to take up potentially redistricting themselves.
Yeah.
Webster. I
Right.
reside at 16 Gadorna Road. I
Which
wanna
they
thank
should,
the
because
city
if they don't, it's going to be so
councilors for
confusing.
Yeah.
It's going to be
Yeah.
so confusing.
voting rights
Yeah.
lawsuit, settling this voting rights lawsuit and submitting its consent decree to the Supreme Court. As you are deciding as to which of the 3 options to adopt tonight, I want to share a little background and context. Worcester Interfaith, among others, filed this voting rights lawsuit against the city because we saw how inequitable the all-at-large school committee electoral system was and how it harms our kids and families and prevents any real accountability from our Worcester Public School Administration and our school committee. I just want to share a presentation.
Ooh.
Oh,
Yes.
This is our first.
It feels
Yeah,
like
this is our
Katie
first city
Porter.
council props.
With the what?
So
With the
there's
what?
been some real change in the population of the city of Worcester. So you see in 1980, it was mostly white with the blue population with Hispanic, Black, and Asian. And in 2019, you see that has really changed. And since the 2020
props for the
census,
props,
we've seen
but
that we're
I'm
now
going to
a
call out the
minor-
legitimacy of
majority
these pie
minority,
charts in advance.
city.
While I completely agree
in
with the
school
message,
committee,
I just don't know.
I think this is how
What
you
this
organize, though. You know, you got to come
Yes.
And
prepared.
that was Hilda
Yeah.
Rivera's. Compared to the school, the
Yeah, this is-
population of
this
the
is
kids in the
attention
school,
grabbing,
which are
for
over
sure.
70% kids of color. So there's true disparity. And
in Milford, there is this Mexican
electoral
restaurant
system
where
creates
the
this
kids
problem.
were
All 6
encouraged
school
to
committee
color
members
on the
elected at
placemats
large
themselves. Like the whole
citywide.
table would be covered
Currently, all the
with
6 school committee
cardboard
members and the mayor live in
paper
2
towels,
out of the 50
and this kind of has that
school,
vibe.
50 districts in the city of Worcester. So it's not
Now,
just a
Bill, is
lack
this
of,
the Mexican restaurant that
racial and
Dewey
ethnic,
from Malcolm the
representation.
Middle's
Yes.
parents owned?
Yep.
Contrast with a district model.
The Alamo,
where you can
baby.
ensure that there's representation from neighborhoods. In an all
Extremely not Mexican in any
51% of
yeah,
the voters
conceivable
can win
way, shape, or
100%
form.
of the seats 100% of the time. And in Worcester, over 51% of the voting bloc are white voters.
This is
in
interesting here. I don't know if
Worcester. So they're always gonna
anybody
elect,
has thoughts on this.
Yeah,
their
option
candidate
3
who's gonna run. You
was
didn't make that clear. So
6
thank you for making
district,
that point.
2 at large,
Option
and the
four,
mayor.
We have about 30
Option 1, I think, was just all
give me some
district, and then option 2 was another hybrid. And the decision was to go with 6 district, 2 at large, and then the mayor.
And the two at large are 2 majority minority districts.
Yes,
Right.
2 of the districts have to be minority majority.
The second would be 7 in
I'm
district seats.
trying to figure out, Isabel, Worcester Interfaith being one of the plaintiffs, what they're favoring at this juncture.
Right.
Total of 6, 2 at large, and the mayor makes it.
I think one of the things that we didn't spend enough time on was talking about the pros and cons of each. There was like 3 options, and you were just told here's 3, but we didn't really talk about what's the benefits and the harm of either or.
Wrap it up. Factors to consider: district seats allow for neighborhood representation, easier for candidates to run, it's cheaper for candidates to run, and solves the voter dilution problem. At large seats, it gives a citywide perspective. Too many at-large seats can cause the voter dilution problem of an all-at-large system. I just want to give some responses because we had community input sessions similar to the one the city had. I'll go through them
The mayor
really quickly.
desperately wants to shut her down.
I'll give you 20 more seconds.
Thank you.
20 more
we met
seconds.
folks at the African Community Education Program, at the Parent Action Group, at different congregations and citywide meetings. And the different things we heard from people were, if there were more minority people, white people could learn from
Just
them.
keep going.
Young people talked about they
Yeah.
don't eat school lunch because Black and Latinos food is from a different culture. Students didn't know that they couldn't wear headgear, so a lack of knowledge. Everyone likes option 1.
I hate the
They
headgear
give a
thing.
base, gives people an opportunity to vote for someone they know. A majority of community members don't really know people in at-large seats. 14 people voted for option 1 in that session. 1 voted for option 2. The parent council, parents think at-large seats are unfair to people who are running. There's less of a chance to be elected. 16
She's just
voted
going.
for
I love
option
it.
1 in
Yeah,
that group,
do it.
1 option
Just do it.
voted for
Yeah.
option 2.
Oh, you know what?
Okay.
Nicole is here.
Just wanted
Let's
to
bring
share
Nicole in as well.
community that-
Hi, Nicole.
Hi, guys.
Hey, Nicole.
Hey, Nicole.
Hi.
All of the residents in the city are considering now that we're a majority minority city. Thank you.
I didn't get a sense if they actually cited one option better than the other.
It doesn't sound like.
Names to your residents.
She didn't say, right?
In fact, I don't know that there's really been that much testimony that was about one of the 3 options. It feels, to your point, as if we never really had that weighing them against each other.
Yeah.
School community liaison for the bilingual program in the Worcester Public School, and have been, I've seen.
Well, I think they mentioned having district seats as at-large seats dilutes, the voter power, which honestly, as someone that ran for at-large, I do agree that district seats allow for, better representation, especially with the finances that comes with running and all the, work. And so I think it is true.
Yeah, and to the commenter, yes, there were other options that some of us might have argued for, like representational, proportionate,
Single transferable.
But yeah, but the council actually ruled those out really early on. So
That's great.
They cannot vote. So they have no voice in their children's school.
Love that they did that in executive session before it was even brought into the public. That's awesome.
Yes.
Like when I went around,
Because single transferable would satisfy,
they couldn't
like,
vote.
as it's been explained to me, single transferable would satisfy everything about.
Oh,
the
totally.
lawsuit.
I mean that, and we also the one place in Massachusetts that does it is actually Cambridge, which is a planning city like we are.
And Cambridge and Worcester had the same charter until Worcester changed their charter. Man,
Right.
that's such. Oh, okay, that's what I'm going to write about this week.
And they do it for both council and for school committee, and it gives you representation. They've actually had a really representative school committee for a very long time, as well as for council. So I was actually really hoping that we would go for that. Mostly why I haven't said anything, because I mean, all of the choices they gave us are not what I think probably would have given us kind of all of the best options. But here we
And
are.
isn't that just a Worcester story right there? That
And
is-
right, so and of course, school committee is we get whatever they pick for us. So
yeah,
it will be what it will be.
Latino students are being suspended.
I just want to point out for the
85%
person who
higher than
commented which Worcester is this. I mean, for anyone that doesn't know, like there's a Worcester in pretty much every state in the union. But
Just ask
if you're finding this confusing because you're in the wrong Worcester, like we're confused too. So stick around. Like we can all learn together. We have no idea what's happening here.
No, one thing I'm super interested to hear today is from the city council side whether they're going to open the door to reviewing the charter.
Yes.
My sense is no, but it would be interesting to see what their rationale is for that.
Oh, we have a good question in the chat, which is a procedural one. Yes, there are limits to what they can talk about in executive session. And I won't talk on and on about this, but it's Mass General Law, Chapter 30A, Section 21. There are only 10 reasons that they can go into executive session. In this particular case, they could only go into executive session because they were being sued. It was a lawsuit, and they can talk about strategy for lawsuits in executive session. If you know, school committee has executive session almost every week, and it's usually that or negotiations.
Right. Contract negotiations or lawsuits.
Or personnel issues in the school committee, right? But not on city council.
So it's grievances because largely there is a parallel. Largely the employees of the school committee are actually under the superintendent, not the school committee. So there's only the employees can appeal to us in grievances through the union contract.
Okay.
Tracy, if the door is opened because of a lawsuit, are there limits on what can be discussed in the context of the lawsuit, or is that just like a wide open door that they can then?
It's strategy with respect to the lawsuit, so it actually has to be a lawsuit. So like when someone comes up to the microphone and says, "I'm going to sue you," like that's not good enough. You can't go into executive session for that. But anything that has to do with sort of deciding how you're going to handle the lawsuit can be done in executive session.
Okay.
At 600 Main Street, which is right over here.
Now, fun fact, once they actually settle the lawsuit, all of the minutes from executive session should become public, so we should be able to see what their discussion was.
Oh, cool.
So almost 10.
And in this case, with the redistricting lawsuit, it's not technically settled until they come up with a plan. When does it actually get settled enough to release the minutes?
I think once Judge Hillman comes back and says, "Okay, you're all set," and everybody agrees.
So we're not even close to that yet.
We're not there yet. Although I think he set a deadline of the end of the month, right?
Yeah, December 3rd. He said December 30th, I believe. They have to have it so they can go to the state.
Taxes take a huge bite out of.
So technically, I wonder then, does the new inaugurated city council get to vote on the? No, right?
No, because they're voting tonight. So the question is whether or not there's effectively any other carryover when they go for I don't know that there necessarily would be unless they have sort of a follow-up of what they're going to do if they decide to open the door for the council side,
right, for the charter,
all of you have heard,
because that's a home rule petition that has to go to the legislature.
First they came for the communists, but I was not a communist.
Oh, good. You say our quote.
Then they came for the socialists. I didn't speak out because I wasn't a socialist. Then they came for the trade unionists.
I missed everything he was talking about, so I'm just loving the lack of context here.
He was on tax title, but I'm not sure which side he was on, unfortunately.
I think the residential taxpayers in Worcester need to, for their own sake.
He is saying, and then they came for the residential taxpayers.
Yeah, right.
That's
I think he's going the other route. I think he was making the point that because the spread is getting so wide that we got to kind of close that gap a little bit.
It was a warning, I think, to city council, don't vote for the highest residential. They're coming for us. That's how I interpreted it.
Okay.
And that's the chamber.
Good evening, Alex Guardiola.
Here's the chamber.
Chamber, yep. Knew they were coming.
Chamber of Commerce. Every year we come together.
This is a terrible Tim Murray impression.
Residents and businesses against each other. Unfortunately, over the past 5 years, this council has voted to widen the gap between the commercial industrial taxpayers and residential taxpayers. At this pace, we will get to a single rate. Unfortunately, it's just going to be a residential rate. In 1984, when the dual tax was enacted in Worcester, 35% of the tax base came from our commercial industrial sectors. Since that time of the widening of the gap, it has disincentivized businesses to come or stay in the city, and now only currently 23% of the tax revenue comes from the commercial industrial sectors. This year's budget of $730 or so, $1 million, has to be made up regardless. Ironically, the continual vote to widen the tax gap causing companies to leave puts it on the backs of the residents. Of the
Do we have
351
evidence that,
towns and
that companies
towns
are
and
actually
cities,
leaving?
less than 1/3
Like,
have a dual tax rate.
someone has to
No,
be tracking
Moreover,
that,
in
right?
You just get to
Massachusetts, there are
say
only
that.
2 others in Worcester,
Yeah, I
other
know.
than Worcester.
I know
Clinton and
it's terrible
Auburn,
of me to
and
be
both
like,
are making
those are
aggressive
actually
moves to try to
evidence of
get to a
that,
single rate.
but I
No,
was
you
like
just
I said.
The Chamber of Commerce is
There
the
was
largest
there were 2 businesses that
chamber
left.
in New
One,
England,
I
with
think they
over
found a bigger
2,000 business
space,
members. 85 to 90% of
and I
those
think the other
businesses are
one
small businesses,
just was pissed off
meaning
about
not
the
the
rate
SBA
and
definition of
decided to
500
leave.
employees or less.
But
Yeah, I
I
mean,
don't
Top
think
10
that the
or
tax rate was
less
the
in
singular
employees.
reason why they left.
No, and
no.
that's where it's a
Of our
disingenuous
economy.
argument, right?
There
Because
are
if you look
few
at when we
Americans.
split the tax rate to
They are
begin with, that
here to
was
let
really
the
because
American
Worcester was
dream.
late
They're
to
immigrants. We're gonna
deindustrialize
give
in
us
the first
recipes
place.
to
You know, most of
bring
the
their
job
widget
loss
to
and
the
most of the
market.
large
So
industrial
when they
loss,
sign their leases
that was going to
to have
happen
their own
anyways
space in maybe South
because
Worcester
Yeah,
or West
it wasn't the
moved
tax rate;
them
it was
to
freaking
different
NAFTA.
continents. Yeah, it was
Right. I mean, it was U.S.
sign
Steel. It was,
Right.
you know.
Yeah.
For those here and at home
It's an
who don't know
extremely
the difference,
disingenuous argument.
the lease agreement on property
But
whereby the tenant
I mean, what
cannot
is the chamber
bear all
if
the
not
expenses
a
of the
collection of
property,
disingenuous
including
arguments?
the real
Like,
estate
come on,
taxes on
like,
top
that's their
of
job.
their rent and utilities. These expenses cause them to go
I still
negative.
think that the fact that the city
So
council
when you
decides
make
this in
these tax
general and
rates
it's not just
impacting them,
something that
and make these high
gets
commercial
coldly
taxes easy
calculated
for them to
inside the
overlook them,
financial
we're
office
not
of the
trying to
city
help them
hall
succeed.
is ridiculous.
Lastly, I want to address
It's
something that
like
was
this
touched
is
on
just
not
so
something
many-
that's political.
candidate for city
There are
council
so many
made the
other
affirmation
factors
that the city
to
of Worcester
what is really being
is
discussed
just like
here that
Canada.
never get
That is
discussed, like things
absolutely
like water
false.
rates and whatnot, right? Like,
There are only
you know,
16
is there an argument to be made
out
that
of
polar
90,000
being
plus
here
businesses
is
in
what
that
keeps our
area.
water
Residents
rates
who
low
live here,
because of
we're gonna
political
roll out
pressure,
Austin Council
and as a
Public Meeting.
result, like we don't have the
To
money
make a
for
bold statement in
infrastructure
public or
upgrades?
social
Like, yeah,
media
there's a really good
value
argument
our
that that's the
residents
case.
here in the city is just wrong.
There's a
Because
lot of
it was the old
conversations that
that
we're
research
having that they're
would have been done
outdated,
before making this
and partly, I
application.
mean,
So I
me
asked the
personally, I
city council
blame Bill
please
Coleman because
consider
he
the
still
city
walks
corporate
around
decision.
every
We
year
have
that he
the line
runs for
item,
mayor
line number
talking about when I was a
211,
kid, you
which
could
will
just walk
put the
down Main Street
residential
and someone would
rate
offer
for
you 40
thousands.
jobs. You know, it's like those days are gone, and like that isn't coming back, and the math has changed as a result of that.
Anybody else
We need to have
want
adult
say?
conversations about how to
The names for
actually
your residents and
balance a
item numbers?
budget for the city that
My name is
doesn't involve
Christopher
drawing
Gray,
comparisons to
Worcester
family
resident,
budgets.
Here to speak about Order 13A. Thank you for the time. A nonprofit in its 22nd year called Impact Melanoma, an established leader in its field that designs and delivers a variety of award-winning prevention programs, has brought free sunscreen dispensers to countless public parks, ranging from Vermont.
Is this guy a
I've
neat
seen it personally in
scientist?
Boston public parks for the past 3 years, where they've been extremely successful, and they just renewed them for an additional 3 years. I've been coordinating with the same nonprofit, Impact Melanoma.
It's a terrible idea.
Brennan.
Well, this is so we were having this argument about what we should be stealing from Boston earlier on Twitter today, right? So this is Boston's had this for a bit. This is Matt O'Malley. This is what happens when you put a redhead on city council, right? You end up with sunscreen dispensers across the city.
Maintenance, replacement if they're damaged. Everything that's related to its cost in its entirety is all set for 4 free sunscreen dispensers in Worcester's public parks. This could cover Green Hill Park, Lake Park, Christopher Colombo Park, and Worcester Common, or wherever you think would best serve the community.
I mean, I would take them to Beaver Brook Park. Sorry, I'm just putting a plug in.
Well, we should see if we could do it at Foley Stadium. Well, we got kids out there all the time. Nobody's putting sunscreen on before they go to school.
In fact, melanoma is the third
We just convinced the city of Worcester that it's acceptable to use the word condom in public schools, and now you want to be handing out free sunscreen? Like, come on,
Hey, we're going
one
for
step at a
broke,
time.
Brendan.
later in life.
I saw a story on Popular Science that they're gonna dim the sun, so it's fine. Don't worry about it, guys.
All right,
That,
well,
that should work out great if science fiction has taught us anything.
I mean, climate change, it's already happening. So
No, climate change is going to work in Worcester's favor, actually, because when Boston's underwater, we're just going to get everything.
That's right. We're
We
going to
become the capital city by default.
Yeah.
Right, someone should figure out who that was and figure out if we can get sunscreen for the
phone and
the parks that don't have any shade.
You're ready, we can go on the phone. So, man, we do have a few folks on the phone.
I mean, I would say that's most of the parks, right?
Please state your name and city of residence.
Nicole and I took a walk down Park Avenue in June, and it was so scorching hot, and there was no shade trees whatsoever.
First speaker is David Zuchos. I'm going to try to unmute David now. David?
Yeah, look at that. It's actually the rules for public participation.
Yeah, that's a new thing that they've been putting since
That's actually the rules.
we did virtual. Yeah.
We're going to move on to Fred Taylor.
Oh, Fred.
Attell, I don't know where you'd find it now because their archives are kind of a mess. But years ago, Chris Kanarakis, when he was at Worcester Magazine, wrote a really good piece about the way DPW was planting what were intended to be shade trees involving new construction, and how they didn't actually dig the basins deep enough, so the trees essentially stunted growth and then died. But like Park Ave is a great example of that. A lot of those trees were intended to grow very fast and provide. I mean, there are trees there, but they really just look like sticks now because
Yeah.
trees need water. You can't just plant them in pavement and expect them to thrive.
They just voted on the urban forestry, I believe, or at least to have a master
Yeah,
plan.
for sure.
Well, that's good. That's exciting.
Yeah, I'm going to apply for the tree committee.
Oh, that's right. You did say
Use it
that.
as a platform to wage ecoterrorism.
Yeah, this
on
show we're
the city.
trying to turn Bill Shaner into the Lorax. He speaks for the trees.
Yeah, I will ride hard for the trees.
When you're done with my copy of soon to be a major motion picture, I'll lend you my copy of Deep Green Resistance.
We'll make you an honorary
Oh.
something to the Mothers Out Front team, Bill.
I Brendan, I read that. I have it for you, and I will give it back to you. It was great.
Oh,
I want to call in and support 11A and thank the council for settling
Heard Attell's name.
on this agenda item.
my
It's
name?
really important as a mother.
Nelly
and
shouted
as a
you
former
out.
Worcester Public School alum that we have our voices heard and that we have an opportunity to vote in a school committee that represents the.
No, she
community
mentioned
at large,
11A.
so I'm really grateful for that.
Yeah.
She
Long
said,
process, but it's
I'm Nellie
happened,
Medina. I
and
live
so
in
I'm
District
grateful
5.
and
Attell
rejoicing.
Haji's district.
I also want to
Oh,
touch on an
that's nice.
item
Thanks,
that's
Nelly.
happening in my community. The item is
And Matt Wally got so sad.
He's glitching right now.
10H, and it's
He's gonna go sicko mode. I'm telling you.
Cahoon
Getting
requests the
Joker-fied.
handicap parking space in front of 30 Lakeside Ave be relocated to be in the vicinity of the tree on the other side of the property on the street. I know this person personally, and I think anything that can be done to make his mobility
Yes, for more accessibility.
possible, I'm in favor of. And I also
Yeah.
wanted to support item 13A, and the Impact of Melanoma's national campaign, and ask that the city council
Oh, that
vote
was
to have all of these dispensaries in all of the parks in Worcester. A lot of the children go to the park, spend their whole day at the park. Their parents bring them there. It's their babysitter. And it's unfortunate that because of the disparities, they're not able to protect themselves. And a lot of them may have skin conditions later on in life that may cause debilitation or worse, cancer. And so I wanted to just thank the person who brought up the agenda item and show my support for it as well.
Huh,
Thank you.
I could put that on our agenda.
Hmm.
Mr.
Or
Mayor,
in
the
Mr.
last
tomorrow.
speaker on electronic devices, Stephanie Pasha. I'm going to try to unmute Stephanie now.
By the way, just as a side note, the Holocaust poem, that was actually a realtor who lives in Sutton who used
Thank
that,
you, Stephanie.
according to
Ah.
Mr. Mayor, that concludes
just to add to
our
the sort of
participation on the platform.
That's great.
Yeah, thanks, dude.
Well, first y'all come for Worcester, maybe you'll come for a Sutton later. So
And 10A, refer to Public Works.
In capitalist America, everybody's Nazi.
10B, refer to Public Works. Those in favor, opposed, so ordered. 10C to 10H, for the traffic and parking. Those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Set a hearing for December 14th for a condo location on Park Ave. All those
Yeah.
in
Can I
favor?
just put in a plug since you mentioned Park Ave?
And we have,
So in
3
case folks haven't
petitions.
heard, there's a ZBA meeting to oppose a proposed gas station right
We
next to
have,
Austin
Randy
Liquors.
Coleman, request council to declare the year
So
2022 as
if
the
you're
year of
listening and if you're like in the vicinity, or even if you just are not in favor of more fossil fuels, just talk to me and the neighbors and we'll hook you up and give you some talking points for tomorrow.
Great.
But Attell, where are you going to get gas at the corner of Park and
Oh,
Chandler?
I have an answer for that. There's a
If you
shortage of
don't-
37 pumps,
yes,
37 specifically, and
Yeah.
that gas station is going to fill it all.
You know, I don't. Yeah, I don't think that's enough. What's there? 4 or 5 over there?
There's 4 not even taking in like Webster Square. It's
He's on the
just
move.
Coleman, you should
not
name city residents.
Ed's like, all right, see you later.
Yeah,
So
I'm
is there a
done.
way that I can put things in the comments? I'm sorry to ask a stupid question.
I don't. I'm not allowed to, so I don't think you are.
Okay.
Sorry, what was
I
the
just was
question?
going to say, I could actually link to the whole rules because somebody said I love how 2/3 of the rules are about decorum. They're actually not. They're much longer than that.
All right.
They actually go
I
for
wanna start backwards.
22
Mayor Spencer
pages.
of the city
If
of,
you drop it in the
Framingham
chat, Tracy, I can share it
sent a
in the
note.
comments with
I
people.
just wanted to read her note as I read this to the greatest mayor in all of Worcester. Okay, so Worcester City Council, please accept my sincere apologies for not being able to attend tonight's city council meeting. I had a scheduling conflict.
Bill
Being the
Coleman.
first mayor of Worcester,
Is this a poem to the mayor?
first mayor of Framingham has brought challenges.
He's reading somebody else's
I am
comment, presumably in support of one of his
proud of
items.
the opportunity to serve the citizens of Framingham.
Dear
In
Joe
addition to
Petty,
leaving
you are so
Framingham
pretty.
a better city, I hope that my election people will be a symbol to young people
Oh, these are the
of
ones that
all
about the
ethnicities
mayor.
and backgrounds.
He wants to give
I hope
keys to the
they
city
saw my
to
election
to
that proof
Boston,
all
the
things are
incoming
Oh,
mayor.
Michelle
the
Wu.
Boston
The
outgoing
current
mayor
mayor
of
of Framingham
Framingham.
would
Yeah.
like to attend a city
I
council
think that's a
meeting,
great
and
idea.
hope
I
you
would like
extend
my
an
key
invitation
first,
to her
though,
before
please.
she leaves
I
office.
think he had an item about
With a
inviting
Woodstock
mayor,
shirt
not
and
inviting
just
Mayor
a
Wu,
sign
but
of
doing something for
appreciation
Mayor Wu,
from the
right?
city.
Right.
Yeah, he has two of them.
Oh, okay.
And then it was mayor's
That,
current mayor Spicer in
Oh,
Framingham.
that's really nice to
appreciated, and she's been to
include
Worcester
Mayor
on many
Spicer.
different occasions for many different events. But she leaves office in a few weeks, and it would be great if an outside city recognized her efforts. That's one. Michelle Wu, you have plenty of time, but I would like you when the mayor of Framingham was first elected, I filed a petition asking that we recognize
God bless Bill
her. That was
Coleman.
4 years ago, and
A
now
gem.
Michelle
And
Wu
they
He
didn't
does
do it.
this every week.
Yep.
It never goes anywhere,
Now,
but he
hopefully
never
that you will
stops.
invite her to Worcester for a special session.
You'll notice how you saw Ed Augustus just leave for the
Now,
Bill
on the very
Coleman
first
session
petition
here.
that I
He was
filed,
like,
I
"Yeah,
said
this is
that
probably the best time to go to the
Worcester-
bathroom."
and Mayor, did you get one of these?
Well, he knows the tax
Yeah.
sale is going to go for a while, right? So
What this is?
Oh my God,
this
yeah.
is the sincerity and
It's gonna go
kindness
for
you can
so
see.
long.
It is
Ugh.
the Serenity Prayer in several different
It's
languages.
like a
And
conspiracy to
those
just beat you over the
slides,
head
I'll
and
be speaking
bore you
before
out
the
of possibly
Framingham
caring
City
about the way your city is
Council,
run.
the Boston City Council, and Springfield, and many of the cities and towns. There's 1,000 T-shirts that are going to be given out that
Whoa.
are going to have the same thing on it, and those T-shirts will be
I want a
given to
T-shirt.
Yeah, limited
random
edition.
acts of kindness in different
Sorry, Bill.
communities.
Bill,
He gave my
no t-shirt for you.
T-shirts.
Gonna have this. So
Yeah,
the only
Bill,
thing
no
I wanna
hats, no
do is when I
t-shirts.
go
Sorry,
to these
pal.
Cities and towns to talk about serenity and kindness 2021. I would love to be able to say that my city voted to ask people to be a little kinder to each other in 2022.
Thank you. Okay, so we have 3 items. I think the 11K, 11, is it L? You can send that to the mayor and the city clerk for take under advisement. And also on 10, Miss 10J, we could just
Yeah.
motion to
Take it
adopt.
under advisement.
Favor? Opposed, so ordered.
All in favor of ignoring this completely for all time, henceforth and forward?
Okay,
All
let's
right,
go back
passes
to now.
unanimously.
All in favor of burying this under City Hall?
Yeah.
Speaking of bearing under City Hall, we
Oh.
have nothing that shows
We're gonna do the
where
election
these
of
things
the,
end up, like
3 residents
any
of the library board.
any way
No.
to track. And so
Could you
Denny
imagine?
Castillo
the clerk does.
What?
The
The
clerk
clerk does,
does.
but not publicly. It's not
Not
it's not with
publicly.
somebody,
Well,
but
so that's a good question. I need to look. So for the school committee, you can actually go. We have the agenda face of all of our subcommittees posted, which is what got referred to each subcommittee. What we don't post publicly, but we could, is tracking what got referred to administration.
Right,
there isn't
right.
any reason why the council couldn't
Good
do that.
evening. My name is David Dominguez.
Denny Basile has a petition
I'm
to
honored
change
be
that, I
here,
believe.
Mayor and the city councilors. I just
Hasn't
want
she
to
done enough?
Let you know the desire
Wait,
that
I mean,
I have to
It just takes
be a
6
part
votes.
of the board of directors.
It would be really, really interesting to have a public tracker like that just to see how many things go straight into the garbage and never come back out.
Or we could have it for the ballpark.
I mean,
Yeah.
so like I just asked for my outstanding items from administration because we've got one more meeting left, and I wanted to check and see what administration still had gotten back to me on, because I know it's still sitting in subcommittee.
In my new life.
Now, Tracy, could that be a record request?
Yeah.
All outstanding petitions.
All outstanding administrative items or all outstanding public petitions? Absolutely. Yeah. Yep. That
having
you could that would
public
just go straight to the
libraries
clerk. That's
was
certainly a
like
matter
a
of public
dream.
record.
Oh my
So
God,
since the first
AJ would
time I
kill
came
me.
to the
Shouldn't even
library,
be that hard,
I just
honestly.
start feeling that
Yeah.
I was starting to live my American dream. So being part
Who's
of
the
the board of
gentleman?
directors and help the
I missed this.
Worcester Public Library to have a perspective coming from a immigrant who use a lot of the resources that the library has to offer.
Oh,
Is
we're
going
doing
to
the
be
library board now.
something that
Oh,
can
okay,
help
okay, yeah.
Oh,
to
right,
achieve
right.
or to
Woohoo!
reach more people inside my community and the city of Worcester in general.
Thank you.
He's a current library board member, it sounds like.
He's one of the people they're
was on
talking
One of the
about.
candidates? Okay.
There are 3 seats that are
Good
open.
evening, Mr.
Mhm.
Manager, Your Honor, Mr. Evangelini. Thank you for this opportunity. Arts
It's
Worcester, how
Juliet.
you know me best, is a neighbor and occasional partner of the Worcester Public Library. I am a devoted patron and a supporter. It is an institution.
So one thing I remember from years back
and
when
especially
somebody
for our
was
city, and
when
now
there was a vacancy on the library board is that they had to deliberate publicly, I believe,
you.
not
You all know
not
me as
like,
an
for
advocate
example, like boards and
but my
commissions
first
where they
job
just
was
say yay
actually
or nay.
Yeah, this is under council purview. So the council the charter actually delineates which ones are under council purview and which ones are under committee purview, or which ones are their sort of manager purview. And the library is actually under the council purview.
So that's why they have to deliberate.
They actually
Oh, okay.
they
I
make this
never
decision. It's not just like a, oh yeah, okay, you did that. That they
where
say to the
everyone
city
can
manager.
find books and joy and company.
So are they deciding today, or is this just like?
Arguably the most
I
important
think they decide tonight, unless somebody puts a
Yeah.
hold on it for
So
some
my
reason.
desire to serve in this capacity
I mean, it's item
stems from
7A.
Yeah.
I wish there were backup on this, so we knew who everybody was. But
Well, they have the backup for the committee and boards and commissions. Like they have the resume and the cover letter.
And thank you for your
did
consideration.
I just not see it? I must not see it.
It should be. It should be. That would be weird if it's not.
All right, we've got a commenter say who's paying more attention than we are saying yes, they decide today.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I just think it was rude that she was on her phone the whole time she was talking. Show some respect.
Gail Schuyler?
Skylar.
It's not on the agenda or attached. Oh, that's
No,
weird.
I think it's on the agenda, but it's not attached.
Mr. Resident.
I see it as
Presently
7.
work for the Worcester
7A.
Public Schools as instructional assistant, kindergarten. I've worked in that position for 3 years.
Hi,
Prior to
kindergarten
that, I was a
IA. That's
substitute
fantastic.
teacher, working in about 7 different elementary schools in the city. I am married. I have 4 children, 10 grandchildren,
Wow.
and 1 great-grandchild.
Show off.
I love the library. I've always loved going to the library.
I
'cause
love the
books,
speeches
I
about the
love reading,
library
I have
board.
so many books.
Mhm.
I need 3 or 4 more bookcases. To me, the library is a safe.
Bill
place.
Coleman should totally take credit for everyone saying nice things.
That's right. It's the beginning of his year of
true.
kindness.
It's also a bustling place of activity. On a recent Saturday, when
Two,
was
I
at
think
the
you and I
library,
should pass some resolution.
bring
Every
up
city
events
council, we're going to
meetings.
be kind to each other.
The library is a
Absolutely.
It'd be really bad for business to tell.
Yeah. This show wouldn't exist.
I was gonna say you
No.
totally tanked this
Yeah.
Mr.
Yeah.
This show would hate us.
No, we would love you. We would just make fun of you. So
Yeah, you would.
that's-
Be
That's
on the
a
library
given.
board, I want to share my experiences with others. I do write poetry, and I am writing my thesis toward a Master of Arts in English.
oh hell yeah.
Incredible.
Gracious.
to,
Wow.
graduate. I represent not only ethnic diversity, being a Native American, African American, also European American, but also my age, wisdom, perhaps
Hey.
even administrative support.
Yes.
Thank you for your time.
I support
She's
her.
on.
Get her
She's on.
the
She
time.
wins.
And we also have Tina Sullivan, who wrote a note.
Tina
You can
Sullivan.
Sorry, Tina. This race is over.
on the board currently. And,
There's been
Skylar
4
wins.
candidates so far.
and the same thing she currently.
Is
Yeah,
there one? Is it one spot?
There's 3 seats.
3 seats.
Okay.
3 seats and there were 4 people so
Okay,
far.
Tina,
And,
you got a
just to be
shot.
clear, I say this every time.
There's
but,
5 people who
if you
applied
don't
for
get
3
on
slots.
this
according
Oh,
to
okay.
Juliet,
we
who's
have
sending me a
usually 2
text.
positions, sometimes
Juliet
3
did, right?
every year.
Yes.
And,
Okay.
Just both. Yep.
Reapply because the year goes by pretty quick. So we only have 3 slots tonight for 5 people.
Oh.
So everybody's qualified. Everybody's sent their resume and their letter of interest, which has been reviewed by the council. And so we are going to now take the vote. So the city council shall elect 3 residents out of this pool tonight. We're going to take
So
two
Zeppelin
vacancies for the
Flyhard,
term. It will
that
be
yes, we've
expiring on
been
December
looking into it.
31st,
It looks like the
2027.
Facebook feed
Then one
has
vacancy for a
live
term
captions because
expiring on
Facebook
December
has a live
31st,
caption feature, and we're
2025.
working on using that as
There are
our
5 applicants.
as our source, but
And
it
again,
doesn't share
David
well in
Dominguez,
StreamYard. So
Julia Feivel,
we're working on it. We would like to have it,
and Gail Schuyler,
but
Tina
we're
Sullivan,
coming up
and
with
Jessica
solutions.
Walsh. So, and the voting determination of those elected, the first set of roll call. So we're going to have 2 roll calls, and probably more if we don't do it on the first vote. The first set of roll calls will be for 2 positions, the term ending on December 31st, 2027. For this roll call, state 2 names.
Appreciate you.
So the clerk will keep track of that.
Why 2
We'll give
names?
6 votes each.
Oh, I
To-
get it.
The second set of roll calls will be for 1 position, the term expiring in 2025. For this roll call, state 1 name. Okay. And,
Okay, who's going to screw this one up?
The mayor, it seems like.
Preference for each of the available position.
This is inevitably when someone raises their hand partway through and says, "I'm sorry, can you clarify again what we're voting on?"
City clerk should call the roll call of the city.
Now,
council
granted, it's better to
determine
do that
the
than
date
vote
of
and not know,
position.
but
The person
still,
receiving the
it's
most
embarrassing
votes
to
elected,
understand what you're voting
also
on.
receiving 6
Yeah,
roll
who would
calls,
accidentally vote the
which
wrong
majority
way
of the full
like a
city
couple
council
times in a
should
row?
elect.
Oh God!
If the position is not filled on the first ballot, the list of eligible candidates should be reduced by removing the candidate who received
Very
the
much
least
agreed.
number of
Yes,
votes.
I'm hoping to have
So again,
it figured out by
so
the next session.
will be for the 2 positions that expire on December 2027. So you have 2 votes this time. So when the clerk calls your name, name 2 people out of this 5 on the list.
So that was actually good. That was a clear explanation.
Okay. Any questions?
I wish they would give us a visual of like the 5 candidates, you know, pictures of each, and then just like the number tallied on here. We need to do better with technology, and you know.
There are 2 people on this list.
Mo.
Nope.
Who had Mo?
Expires this
Mo
year.
did not. Mo needs
Who have been
clarification.
Appointed prior, and they're for a reappointment. Tina Sullivan and Jessica Walsh.
Oh, Jessica.
Yes.
Thank you. I get that right? Yep.
Where's Tina? Tina didn't speak tonight.
Councilor Bergman,
Gail Schuler, Juliet Feibel.
Schuyler.
Councilor Calorio. Can you put the mic on?
Donna.
Sorry, Councilor, can you repeat it because I didn't hear it on the mic?
Don't disappoint us.
Shocked that he's in the chamber tonight.
Oh, there it is. Okay, sorry. Okay, Gail Schusler and David Dominique.
She said her name 3 minutes ago.
David Dominguez and Gail Schuyler.
Thank you, Christian. God,
Councilmember Carlson.
there we go.
Ryan, you're so nervous. You're so nervous.
David Dominguez and Gail Schuyler.
Schuyler.
It's purposeful.
And Gail Schuyler.
Thank you. Good Lord.
Councilor Rose.
District 1 residents Tina Sullivan and Jessica Walsh.
Councilor Rosen.
David Dominguez and Tina Sullivan.
Councilor Russell.
David Dominguez and Julia.
I just want to preemptively say
This is just
to
brutal,
and
man.
Attell,
David
I'm
Dominguez
very
and
sorry
Gail
for
Schuyler.
the amount of people that are going to butcher your names.
Yeah, I can't tell what David's last name is because I feel like I heard like 3 different versions.
At least.
Hi, Travis.
Julia Feibel and Jessica Walsh.
I've just resigned to the fact that they will.
Well, I will say, okay,
Who's
Attell,
gonna
we
say
had
the
you
most often
on.
is the clerk, and he's going to get it right. So
Yeah. He's
there
going to
is-
get both 2 and I's right. Absolutely.
Mayor, the contest is as follows.
Attell, we
And
had
Mayor-
you on
Received
the
7
Sort of
votes.
Late Show at Nick's
Juliet
2
Feibel
years
has
ago.
received 4 votes.
Oh, yeah, I
and
remember that.
we were so
Schuyler has
worried
received 6 votes,
that Doug was going to
and
get
Tina
your name
Sullivan
wrong,
received 3
and
votes.
you explained it to
Jessica
him
Walsh has
once, and
received
he
2
got it
votes.
right.
So David
So I
Dominguez
have
and Gail
faith
Schuyler
that
have
if they want to, they can get it right.
If they want
If they want to.
Then that's what it comes
Oops, so what just happened?
Somebody got appointed.
Okay, so now
Who did?
we're going to take out, so we have 3 candidates left. We have Juliet, Tina, and Jessica.
Okay, so David and who else got it?
So this will be
Gail.
we go for one.
I think that was the name.
Yeah.
How many are currently serving, including the two? that are
Right
looking
now we
forward
have
to it?
Tina and Jessica both serving
Teener.
currently.
Teener.
Juliet will be the
Well, then that's just inevitable. That's just Worcester.
how many
Hopper.
people actually sit on the
Harper.
12? There's 12 members.
Thank you.
Oh, everybody's on in chambers
Council,
today?
just one selection for this roll call. Council
Yeah, I believe so.
Juliet Feibel.
Council
Sarai there?
Colorio.
Tina Sullivan.
That was yeah.
I think so.
I think that might have been an order after Sarai. It took her like 15 minutes to register her no vote
Councilmember
on
Carlson.
King's order last week.
Jessica Walsh.
That was really embarrassing.
Rivera.
Juliet Bible.
Council Rose.
Jessica Walsh.
Council Rosen.
Tina Sullivan.
Council Russell.
Walsh.
Walsh.
Council Toomey.
Julia Feibel.
Council Wally.
Walsh.
And Mayor Petty.
And Julia Feibel.
So, Mr. Mayor, the vote is as follows: 4 for Juliet Feibel, 2 for Tina Sullivan, and 5 for Jessica Walsh. No one has received majority, so Tina Sullivan has dropped from the next roll call.
Oh my God.
So we're going to
Wow.
vote for Juliet Feibel and Jessica Walsh.
We're gonna be all night.
And just think this is for the tax classification.
Council
Oh
Bergman.
my
Juliet
God.
Feibel.
Council Colorio.
Jessica Walsh.
Council King.
Jessica Walsh.
Councilmember Carlson.
Jessica Walsh.
Council Rivera.
Oh, it's so much more fun watching this with you guys instead of by myself, just screaming in my computer.
Council Rosen.
Jessica Walsh.
Council Russell.
Back when I was a beat reporter
Council Toomey.
and had to be there
Julia Feibel.
every week, it was
Council Wally.
the most
And
boring
Mayor Petty.
thing in the world. Shouts out to Steve Foskett for still doing it.
Mm-hmm.
It's unforgiving.
So, Mr. Mayor, Juliet Feibel has received 4 votes, and Jessica Walsh has
Did you have to
received
do
7
that
votes.
every single
Jessica
Tuesday, Bill?
Walsh has been selected
Yeah.
to seat.
And
Again, I want to congratulate
the
everyone.
deadline for getting a story in was often
And
like
please, you know,
10
this is the highest-
p.m.
Right, true, this is one of the highest votes.
And it's like-
to the council sometimes. So,
Which
please
just totally
keep
doesn't
everybody
work because
compliant.
a lot of the time,
And, if you did
like
not get
whatever
on
the big
this
story
year,
is actually
please
not done
apply
at that rate.
next year.
Yeah, and it's even worse now. They're dealing with like an 8:30 deadline.
Right.
It's insane. I mean, I could go on and on about
Yeah,
how
thank you,
badly
everyone.
Gannett is ruining the Telegram, but it's
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, we're not actually getting coverage of the school committee until probably midday on Friday at best.
yeah.
And I mean, I shouldn't complain. At least Worcester School Committee actually gets coverage. But
Yeah.
Okay, next we have the tax classification hearing.
here we go.
A,
Get your popcorn ready.
from the tax
Strap in.
8B is the communication, 8C is the communication of city.
Yes,
manager
agreed to everybody in the chat
relative
who's
to
saying
fiscal
nice
year
things about the
23 tax
library.
Classification and 2023
Good people,
Yeah.
good stuff.
package.
Go
And I was
library.
informed by
Yay, library.
Yay, library.
Yay.
CFO that-
Sometimes they even waive my fees when I return a book 3 months after I should.
however,
And they're doing
there's some
vaccinations and boosters on
tax
Saturday. Like,
classifications,
they're
properties,
just
and,
hitting all the highlights.
It might be off 2 cents on some lines. But
Yeah, they didn't even get mad when I returned Anthony Bourdain's book after 13 years.
So that will be on
The answer is that no, the TNG has not picked up the WBJ article at all.
No.
They just
They're-
No.
And
The
Also
Telegram's
not-
totally not filling that story. They run like a weekly Polar Park article about whatever the latest party is, and
Mr. Wally.
You know what's funny is I have it on confidence from trusted sources within the organization that they've been
in the last 2 years, it's been
that
extremely
they have a
difficult
strategy around Polar Park that is more advertising than
But I
journalism,
would say that the
which is
government did
unsurprising
a
if you
lot
read
for
it.
Yes.
providing some level of
Yeah.
assistance during the pandemic.
It is not in the interest of the
City of Worcester,
company
the CARES
to
Act funding, I believe we
yep, I can believe that.
be critical about it.
It seems like that.
Business resiliency grants to many of the businesses in Worcester, and these didn't have to be paid back. They were between $5,000 and $10,000, and I believe 271 businesses received these grants. The majority of those businesses were minority-owned or women-owned businesses. In addition, the city of Worcester smartly and prudently charged 50% for liquor license renewals, which certainly helped our restaurants. And I would add through private.
So one of the things, by the way,
banking,
that is
31
strange is
businesses
different
through
about
the city
Worcester
of
is in Worcester, those
received
who are
health
on
care
the committee or the council
In
stand
addition,
when they
$2
have the
million
floor.
from
They stand to
CARES
address the
Act
chair.
funding assisted
Tell him to, and I don't say this to be
many
mean, if you were taller, I would
and
warn
then
you that you
finally,
want
on
to bring a
federal
thick book
level,
with you
the
because the new
unemployment
standing
assistance
mics are not
is
high enough,
certainly
as you can
into
see
help
being
many
what,
of the individuals, specifically in
illustrated
Worcester,
by Councillor
who found
Wally.
themselves
But I don't think
Yeah, we
it's one of the problems I've been having.
coming out of the pandemic where 2 years.
I'm
we
bringing.
talked about this last week. Is that it's really insane that that's the custom, but the mics are built for somebody who's sitting.
So the news, right? The mics are new. They used to give us handheld mics.
I remember.
And for those of us who are continuing to wear our mask when we're speaking, you have to make sure your face is like close to the microphone. So I'm actually bringing, I don't know if we have any English majors here, I'm bringing my 2 volumes of Norton's Anthology of English Literature with me every week and putting them under my mic.
That's what Nico did to Christian King last
So there's
time.
a dictionary that's, I think, is under, he said, Christian says at the end, right? Yeah, because Jack Foley has that seat.
The tax rate. I
have to figure out who I'm going to share with next term, and maybe I'll just leave it
Commercial
there.
businesses compared statewide, it is extremely high. And if you look at the
Do you ever leave notes for the counselor that shares your desk?
many of them,
No, but I have occasionally, so I've occasionally consulted with them offline. They very much think of it as their desks, not as ones that get shared. With all due respect. And Rick Rushton left, for example, all of his budgets underneath there, so you literally couldn't put your feet underneath. I ended up sharing with him one year. I finally caught him somewhere else, and I was like, Rick, could you take some of those home? Like, I can't put my feet under the desk. Yeah.
And he circled maybe.
And there was.
Good thing he was reading them.
With Sarai, and I think she keeps peppermints in her desk. So I swiped one time and apologized to her later.
I'm happy to leave you a snack. You'll know it's me.
Well, I was going to say, and also right now, whoever's desk I have actually has an iPhone cord there, which has been handy.
Oh, that's nice.
Pretty consistent.
Because they're on their phone the entire city
Well,
council meeting.
so the thing is, there's no electricity at the desk. There's electricity at the center table, but there's nothing at the desk. So if they run any length of time, you actually can run out of charge for anything you're trying to run there.
So what happens if you have a family emergency call?
I think that was a smart.
And your
move.
phone
that-
is dead.
But if you look
right,
at most
like-
recent votes between 2016 to where we are today,
Yeah.
that
Keep a
gap
battery.
has
Keep a
gone
battery.
Keep a
back
battery, yeah.
And if you
A
look
But
at
they have an electrical,
last year
like
where we
they
are
have
today,
cords now
I
running in
think we
both
are-
directions.
Oh, okay.
From my viewpoint,
K2Me keeps directions for how to get to Candy Crush on her phone in her desk.
smart. The vote that I'm proposing
Oh.
tonight is line.
It's pretty confusing, so I don't blame her.
263. And line 263 proposes a residential tax rate of $15.53 per thousand and a commercial tax rate of $32.25 per thousand. And if you look at historically, that's similar to the vote this council took or the prior council took in 2009.
So what's interesting here is that
What I am hoping my peers would agree that it would be smart
there's
to go back.
an open meeting law that says that you can't
Go back to shrinking that tax rate.
um,
Again, what this would do is
discuss
go back
things
to
ahead
where
of
we were
time,
in
right?
2019.
Yes.
But the counselors always seem to end up divided on 2 or 3 lines out of an available 250 on what to set the tax rate at. So some people like one line, some people like another line, but always sort of coincidentally, it's 2 or 3 lines handpicked out of a list of 250 different lines for what the tax rate could possibly be, which is always a little interesting to me.
So I guess my first question is how far off are they varying it from one year to the next? So I guess my so giving them the benefit of the doubt proposal is this just them bumping within a particular margin?
Yeah, it is within a particular margin.
Right. I mean, that said, I'm not saying they're not violating the open meeting law. I don't know that, but
Council Rose, Rosen, and
yeah, it's coordinated. But yeah, so if you look at the packet like I did earlier this afternoon, from the assessor's office, they have 250 possible tax rate possibilities to decide from.
Thank you.
But they always come down to 2 somehow.
Mr. Chairman, I am proposing.
Here he is.
Line 284.
Line 284.
This is the rate of $15.22 residential and $33.29 to our commercial. This is the closest residential and commercial change. It also allows us to get closer to the lowest residential rate while factoring the impact of COVID and valuation on residents.
Here, I'll throw this document into the chat so we can see what they're working off of here. I just reopened it.
Approaching $1 billion. I think we're running out of room to tax, and I fear that we're running out of room before we will ultimately need to do something drastic. I think my number.
What did you say? 284, right?
Positively impact small businesses.
No
Again,
idea.
as
It said
Council Wally
283, I think.
attested to, a lot of small businesses.
Oh, that didn't
were
work
hit
for me.
hard by COVID.
Oh,
But
okay.
we can't
Hold on.
lose sight of the fact that our residents have been hit hard by COVID and the increase in our valuations. In addition, I just also, wanted to reference that, Springfield, Mass, a comparable gateway city, the residential rate there is $18.90, and I continue to be proud of all that we offer our residents based on the rates.
It's still doing. I don't know how to send this. It's not recognizing it.
And again, always.
No, it works. You have to copy and paste the whole thing plus.
Yeah,
the-
it's coming up a space between 20 at the last part of it. The
Yeah,
26.
the last link I shared is something that you can use to open the
that
PDF
worked.
that I was trying to share. Yeah.
There we go.
That worked.
Councilor Rosen.
This will be Council Rosen's last vote. This one.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
we need a drum roll.
Is my last tax vote, so.
There you
as
go.
always, I
Look,
take
I tell
it
you.
seriously and
We've become
over
friends.
the years to support the residents and businesses in the city of Worcester.
I mean, the
think
thing
no
that
matter
I
what
think, all
vote
right,
we
so the
take
chat has
tonight,
already anticipated me here,
it'll
but
cost pain
the
to
thing
the
that is a
residents,
little
it'll cost pain to
disappointing
businesses.
is like this
When
is
we
sort of
look
the
at these,
revenue conversation.
few
So
hundred
like
different choices here, and
they could
we act
talk
like there's
about
one good
things
one out there
beyond
that's
the
fair,
two
going to help our
numbers
businesses,
about
Yeah.
like
our
what are we, where else are we getting
Businesses
money
go
and
way
where
up.
else are we spending money and
people who own
like that's
homes
all under their
will
purview.
therefore
Or represent the will of the people and discuss what the money should be spent on.
Well, they
Most
could do
of the
that too.
people whose assessments went
No,
up
they
this
don't.
summer is-
Yeah, you know.
They're not planning to
I
sell
mean,
their
they
house.
might get ruled out of
They're
order on
probably
that
planning
because
to sell my house
they're
this
not.
coming
Well, in the confines of this
Valid.
conversation, but not
Yeah.
in general.
In general, yes. Could they do
show
that?
potential
That would be a
buyers
good
how
point.
valuable my house is.
Someone would have to take all those budgets out from under Rick's desk and read them.
I'm trying to remember who has them. There's a couple of them that have them there now. I don't remember who.
It's just hurting them. They're paying more and more, certainly, for taxes. Worcester's booming. We hear it all the time. We're all proud. We say it. We hear it from the manager. We hear it from our colleagues. We hear it from the mayor. We hear it from the Chamber of Commerce. Worcester is booming. Worcester's
Oh, might there be a concerted marketing strategy going on, Gary Rosen? You thought about that?
Right? Because there are many other reasons businesses stay in Worcester. There are many other reasons businesses come to Worcester. That's why we're booming. It's not just our tax rate. To say that people won't come here and businesses are thinking of leaving because of our tax rate is really unfair to businesses. They look
I mean, in
around
terms
the
of
city.
Worcester
Why are
booming,
they
this is
here in
only
the first
one
place?
measurement, but
because it's a
our
great
municipal
city.
revenue
It's a
growth
great
factor
city
last
to
year
do
was
business in.
3.55,
That's why
which
they're
is
here.
good. I
Does
mean,
it cost money to
there's
do
a
business
couple
here?
of cities
Yeah,
and
and
towns
you
that
know
have
what?
something
It
up
costs
over
money to live here
4%.
too. So
But
I'm gonna, Mr. Mayor, and my
that's
colleagues put on the floor
that's pretty significant.
from the tax tables. And again, there's no good picks here. If there were, we'd be 11-0 on this if there were good picks, but there's none. I'm going to put on the lowest tax rate for the homeowner, the lowest tax rate for the homeowner, which is line 295. And homeowners, sounds good, your taxes are going up. Depends on what type of property you own. Now, here's some averages for 3 deckers, 2 deckers, single family. Averages. Now, don't forget, an average is very misleading. You can walk across a stream that averages 4 feet in depth, and you might drown because it's not 4 feet in depth everywhere.
He's animated.
So by line 295, if it's supported by my colleagues, and I hope enough of us do.
This sounds
support
like
the
he's setting up a
homeowners on
comeback
this
to me.
vote tonight. A
That would be
three-family
hilarious.
tax bill would increase almost $400. That's the average. That's the average. Some people will luck out, and maybe it'll be $250. But many people won't luck out, and it will be much more than that average, that key word, the average of $400. 2-family homes, over $300 on average. Again, remember the word average is so misleading. And
Well, then
finally,
why are you using
single-family
it?
homes, $61 on average, which means some people will pay.
We could pick another word like median. There's all sorts of words that we could be using here.
The assessments.
Well, they could. I mean, they could be asking the assessor
when
for
I look
those,
at
right?
Hundreds of
Well, and again, but that's I guess my point is none of this actually matters, right? Because at the end of the day, the administration is deciding how much money they're going to spend, and the assessor's office is going to make adjustments using the huge buffer that they have built into their existing assessments, right? Because no house in Worcester is assessed what it's actually worth. They're certainly not assessed anywhere near what they're selling for now. So they've got a huge buffer there that they can work within. They're going to adjust the assessment however they see fit to make ends meet.
Well, and as is being posted in the chat, and as was being posted on Twitter earlier today, we're also not near our levy at all.
Right.
$20 million.
Yeah, we're leaving 20 million on the table.
On the table every single year is the thing that always gets me.
Right. And that's not going into some savings account.
Right.
That's just money that we could use that we're choosing not to. Which is like,
so we're in a different category. Raising taxes
a little
at this
wacky.
time.
I don't know why that tracks as like a political priority. Why wouldn't you just use the money?
So they won't talk about it tonight, probably, but at some point they will talk about it. They'll talk about our bond rating because that's what it goes. That's what it goes towards.
Oh yeah. And for people who don't know, bond rating is the municipal credit score. It's how much you can borrow.
But I mean, like the thing that's been hitting our bond rating that happened last year, and again, thank goodness for the Worcester Business Journals, because otherwise we wouldn't know, is we got hit. Guess what? Because of the ballpark. So
yeah.
So that 20 million is going to come in handy when we decide to build a dome
well,
over
this is
the
the
ballpark.
thing. Like, how is the 20 million going to balance that out? Because we're going to end up with, exactly.
And paying for their taxes. Those seniors on fixed income.
And we're already inventing cute ways to say that we're not dipping into the general fund for our loan payments on Polar Park, and it's only been a year.
What with the rise of taxes.
And I mean, the argument traditionally, usually, let me just say, is usually about the schools, like, oh, we can borrow money, blah, 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 blah. So, like, we're to remember that we only pay for half of our schools, actually a little bit less than that, because the state picks up the last. But the main thing we've borrowed money for right now is actually not the schools, but the
Worcester
ballpark.
has a higher population, lower income, and larger tax exempt properties.
Yeah.
Which include
Yeah, the way we do the budget is backwards. So we talked about this, like we start with the tax rate versus starting with budget needs and then building around it.
revenue structure. Worcester also has 14% of Chapter 40B affordable housing. The state recommends.
Oh my God.
Yeah. If you thought about
Okay, I'm gonna
What
go
is
on
she
rant
saying?
again, Donna. She mentioned that we've met our requirement for affordable housing.
choose between.
We did it.
That's
Congratulations, everyone.
Some believe that by closing the gap, a
That's
single
so
rate will attract more
annoying.
business, which, in fact, the formula for attracting more businesses is a great place to live, talented pool of potential employees, and excellent access of customers and suppliers. Worcester fits this. For
Usually
these
it's excellent
reasons, I
schools
will be
too. At least that's
supporting
what the chamber
lowest
used to
tax
say.
rate, line 295. Thank you.
295. They're all
295
choosing
is the absolute
Wow.
lowest residential rate.
the absolute, like one of the lowest ones.
No, the lowest.
The
There are
lowest?
there's
Oh,
295. There's 295 possible choices.
I don't remember.
295 is the lowest residential rate choice, meaning it's the highest commercial.
I don't remember her doing that last year.
Oh no, she always does.
Really, that's what she runs on. Is
No,
the
but
lowest.
she did something like closer to the lowest. I could be wrong.
Oh.
Lowest of the low. Oh my God.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And
Joe Petty's usually taking the chamber line.
So technical note, right? According to the rules of both city council and the city in school committee, the mayor cannot address from the chair. He has to surrender the chair in order to do that.
Yeah.
So note that he's left the dais to do this. That means that Donna gets to chair the meeting, by the way.
Yes, she does.
how it's developed over time.
And if Donna is not available, the next largest
Over the last several years,
vote
it's split the difference.
holder takes her role.
Is it for the council or is it the longest serving? That's a very good question.
Oh, maybe it's the longest serving. You might be right.
We would have to look at the rules.
We should look at the rules.
Business tax rate to try to
I
close
think
the
you may
gap.
be right. I think it's the longest serving member.
You know, it took us 15 years. to
So
get
who's the
here,
longest serving member on the incoming council?
And we were at the fact that just a couple of years ago. in
Joe
2019,
Petty.
20 area was around
I
1.55.
think.
Is it
I
Kate?
believe it's Joe Petty.
So after Joe, though. If
After-
Joe's
Oh,
not
yeah.
there, the vice chair's not there, who's the longest serving member?
Probably Kate Toomey.
Yeah.
Oh, right.
The fact it was 1.55 for
Also the highest vote getter for reasons that are still unknown to me.
This is true too.
for the residents this year, if that vote goes through. I think
Maybe
that's
the highest vote getter applies to if somebody passes away, and like it happened with.
the impact is really think
Yes, for at large. Yep,
For
right.
at
Because we did. I mean, that's what happened. That's how Donna ended up on the school committee during the last term.
over 20% over the last couple of years, especially since 2019. That's almost probably after this year, probably could get over a 25% increase in their taxes. The small business, the large business. And so you really think about it. You have a business, I think the chamber had pointed out tonight that I think there's two communities that don't have the single tax rate. They have it. And so who don't have the single tax rate. And are thinking of doing
Yeah,
it.
but what's the pillows? You mean her her sewing thing, Kate?
Yeah, the Etsy store. She's got all her followers on Etsy voting for it.
But that's interesting. You keep saying Etsy. Is that what do you think it's called?
I'm not putting an R at the end of it. Give me.
Isn't
give me
it
some slack.
Etzer?
Etzer.
Etzer.
$100,000 for a small business. And I've
Joe
seen-
Petty's argument for a higher residential tax rate being, well, everybody else is doing it, so they must be doing something good.
Yeah.
And I think the gentleman who spoke tonight was
classic.
talking about, some of the larger businesses don't move, which is true. And but it does concern me. It was pointed out before that over this period of time, eventually, maybe it won't be next year, 2 years, or 3 years. Eventually, the burden on the residents are going to be greater than what it is today. It's going to be greater, and when we take these votes, you know, we worked hard, I think, over the last several years to get to a certain point. We're never going to get to a single tax rate probably over the period of time because we have a lot of needs here in the city of Worcester, but we're going in that direction. At least
Oh
in
man,
here.
this really shouldn't be something that's decided politically. I keep coming back to this, but like
For a reason with
this
council,
just
you
should
always
just
want to go
be
right.
a calculation made by the assessor and the chief financial officer.
Almost a little bit-
Like,
it's not what the, I guess,
but
what
it's
we're
just
doing.
written into our charter in such a way that this has to be a vote every year.
It's almost in between. a little bit more.
Because what they're talking about is so
Yeah, so I do like that.
like abstract
And,
in
yeah.
terms of
So we'll definitely
like the
support
morality of a budget, what we should be investing in, what we're not investing in. It really has nothing to do with that. And to make these guys get on city council floor and try to apply some sort of political equation or morality to it, it's just like it's so abstract and
in the right direction.
that's
It goes how it
like
goes in
Yeah,
it's a useless
it
exercise.
doesn't allow for people to talk about other ways that businesses can thrive in the city.
Yeah.
Or, they can be supported, or, to support their,
I actually believe in the long run.
yeah, it's
this
just,
is not detrimental to city of Worcester.
Yeah, do we have, I mean, like to Ben's comment, do we have any
It's just that the
like
business community has gone up over
evidence that says that we're in danger of losing businesses to surrounding towns? I mean, how often does it happen?
Well, the Chamber of Commerce said so. So
yeah, and I'm
the Business Journal has done something on that in the past, but not recently.
I appreciate it.
I remember reading something maybe back in like 2017 or 18 about that. Yeah.
Thank you, Madam.
landlords pay a residential rate, even if
Yeah.
they have like 4 or more units, they pay a residential rate. So
Yeah.
the mayor's task force
I will say that I can't be
once
passionate
suggested, I think, that
about
they pay,
homeownership
that they
without
turn it
talking
into
about
commercial
this
rate.
without taking the vote I'm about
They
to.
have more
Absolutely.
than 4 or 5,
About
more than
the
4
fact that
units.
39% only.
yeah. Shout out to our sponsor, Crafty Kombucha.
That makes me 61%, excuse me.
As
39% rent, 4% owned.
my favorite kombucha in the entire world, of all the kombuchas I drink.
69%.
It is great. Never has my gut been so healthy.
It's not a great.
It is the only, I will say,
Majority do not own.
is the only kombucha I will drink
39%
willingly.
61%.
It's very, very good.
We have a,
No, it is
city
delicious.
that's large, true.
I still haven't tried to get drunk off of it, but
That's true.
god damn it, it will happen sometime.
But
Wait, did he
again,
mention
Inauguration
Clark?
night.
And it would be inconsistent for me to say that I'm going to take on a tax rate that doesn't reflect that. And one of the obstacles we have with home ownership.
Hey, Brian, I just threw a link in our chat there. Share it with the group if you want. It's an episode of Ezra Klein's podcast from back over the summer, and the title kind of speaks for itself. It's how blue cities became so outrageously unaffordable. But it's kind of a conversation that gets into the weeds on what's being discussed in a roundabout way right here. How we pay so much deference to upper middle class engaged voters in the United States, specifically in blue cities, that everything from our zoning laws to our tax rates, classification hearings like this, they ignore everything that I think like everyone on this panel would probably agree are important, like taking care of the homeless, public education, large scale infrastructure projects, the things that actually make cities livable. It's a really interesting conversation because it's it's what's happening here. We're really just talking about two groups of people, right? And we're pitting them against each other, even though they really serve the exact same interests, right? It's upper middle class homeowners and business owners, neither of which are going to suffer by way of making the city more unaffordable and only attractive to those two groups. And then on a long enough timeline, even those two groups start feeling like they're being squeezed.
Right.
Particularly wise, and I think it's
And councils are left with the obvious, most politically expedient choice, which is saying they're going to vote for the lowest tax rate for homeowners. Like, it's not the mental gymnastics it takes to say you're not going to do that is insane to pitch to a normal person in Worcester. Because businesses don't vote, homeowners do. And it's really only homeowners that vote overall. So
we're doing well.
like, if you want to stay on the council, it's in your best interest to say that every year you're going to vote for the lowest residential tax rate.
We have
Right.
over 30% of properties that are non-taxable, which means that
And it shouldn't be a political issue. The tax rate should be the tax rate.
better. You can't change that locally.
Based on the needs of the community. Right.
Based on the needs of the community and on the money coming in and on the value of properties. It should be math. It should be math. It should just be math.
Inflicting more hardship and the ability to live in
Are there any math teachers on the council currently? I'm not familiar. What did Gary teach?
Well,
Chemistry.
Tracy, this might be a question that you know. The tax rate setting falling onto the city council as a matter of a vote, is that a Plan E thing? Or
That
is
was what I was actually I was looking. I just had the home rule charter open to try to see if I could. I mean, they're in general sort of revenue.
I take
stuff.
offense to that.
What?
No, the GT Automotive calling me a wonk
Billy Wonka.
That's offensive to wonks everywhere.
May I ask a question first?
I
I'm
think
dumbass.
Go ahead, Intel.
At our orientation, if I remember correctly, too, like towards the end when they were talking about this, it didn't seem to matter what type of government one has. It falls under the city council purview.
Basically,
Just said it.
Reader's Digest
George
version.
Russell, look at this.
Yeah, that's what I
jacket.
remember.
Dude, George Russell looks dapper as fucking hell in that thing.
There he is.
I love this guy.
Still has to tighten up those sleeves, though. I'm not sure what's going on. What his tailor's going for here?
Yeah, we gotta get him to a tailor for those sleeves.
Gave us averages.
No, but a really smart coat.
I like that coat.
And that was
Just a
my
sharp
He is,
response.
yeah.
But I also
Wearing
asked
unmatching
for the
pants
median
with it, but we
on
won't
commercial.
hit him too hard on that.
I mean, I guess I would say that because of the way the charter is constructed, by virtue of the fact that effectively there's a rule 2.5 or section 2.5 of the charter says that all powers not otherwise designated are reserved to the council. And because they then go on to sort of strictly delineate what the manager does, it necessarily falls under. I mean, it falls under the legislative branch, effectively, of city government, which is usually where making revenue is
As Councilor Rosen
Yeah,
mentioned,
right.
there's always a challenge of trying to narrow
Yay,
down
Tim Murphy!
the
How often do we
impact
see
on
the city
specific
CFO?
properties.
Yeah, right?
Because of the multiple types and values that we have within the city, the average is more influenced by the fact that we have some very large taxpayers. We have major property owners.
And this
like,
is actually a question about the average.
industrial
Yeah.
properties or,
Look at that. Yay. Okay.
for-profit institutions within the city that bring that
The
number
valuation
higher.
the way that our city assessors do evaluations, the more I look into it or talk to people that understand this stuff, the more it seems so subjective. Like they have no objective way of assessing properties.
More taxpayers, since
Yeah.
And whatever they're using does not at all line up with what
Yeah.
your average real estate agent would use to value a property, right? Like there's there was a parcel in your district actually, Attell, up on Airport Hill that just sold across from the Amazon distribution center. The sale price of the parcel, it's an undeveloped parcel. It last sold I think it was around 2000 for 795,000. It just resold for just over 9 million. Like it's whatever's going to be built there, chances are good it's not going to be valued at that rate. If it were, it would be in striking distance of one of the most valuable properties in the city from a tax perspective.
We're going to be
Yeah.
giving it.
And they were coalition. I think I remember this from 2019. To their credit, they brought this up. Like the valuations are not exactly accurate.
Right.
So that shifts the way the tax rate is calculated.
When we changed assessors, there was almost a universal bump, I believe, that year on the residential side. It tends to stagnate a bit the longer you have one person occupying that office.
Are they going to pass it along to the folks that are renting those apartments? Some of the folks that are at least able to afford.
But ultimately, I think this is what everyone kind of agrees on here. Like it's a false conflict, right? Like, and I know in politics you need some sense of conflict to get anything done, but this is just pitting opposing forces that aren't actually opposing forces. Because at the end of the day, I think most people with a sense of empathy would agree that we're not necessarily focused on the things we should be focused on in the city.
Right. And we see George Russell right here invoking the argument that's often used for the lowest residential rate, that if you put a higher residential rate, that means landlords are going to be paying more taxes and they're going to pass it on to their renters, which, yeah, of course they are. But if that was really your concern, you would be taking up something like maybe rent stabilization or any of the other priorities you could use to mitigate rapidly increasing home prices on renters. Instead, you're trying to apply that logic to this tax rate debate, which really has nothing to do with that at all, except for placing it within the confines of this debate over this number or that number and what could have come of it.
They do the same thing with you don't hear the same argument with the water sewer rates. Like, oh, if we raise it, it's going to trickle down to renters.
Right.
Well,
It's not as much of a political theater.
Right, and that, I mean, as the
I'm
comment
gonna
says in the
support that
chat,
last line,
that
the,
this is
the
one of the
lowest
only times you hear
residential
renters get
council
invoked at city
forward.
council.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's,
Yeah.
And it's just specifically in this.
That's
And
right.
I think the statistic is something like 2/3 of those who live in the city of Worcester are renters rather than homeowners, right?
Yeah. And
Right.
they're continuously underwater all the time.
Right.
Yeah.
There's
So,
like
I mean, that's part of what, you know, I always try, like, and I'm sure that that proportion is even higher if you
Mr.
start
Chairman,
looking
this
at
is never
who sends their kids
easy.
to schools. It's one of the things
And
I always try to balance out is
For sure.
probably most of the people who send their kids to schools don't actually own their homes.
Assessment from last year and the percentage change to this year, and I did.
You can
a
give
bunch
Kate to
of,
me.
Different examples in different houses and across the city, and so you know, I have a pretty good feel for what it is.
She's good.
I also
She read an article.
received quite a few emails from businesses, and one in particular was from folks from Barrows Hardware, and something that they mentioned that I thought was important to remember. You know, we all have suffered from COVID and all of that over the past few years, homeowners, businesses alike. But the interesting thing that they mentioned as a small business, that they've also had an incredible impact on theft from their store. In addition to that, so
God, what
they're
the
actually
fuck are you talking about, Kate?
because of the impact of all of this.
I'm so
And
lost.
I understand that our small businesses, our restaurants, our mom and pops, our small motor repair, auto repair companies and things like that, they're all hurt. And I think there's no arguing that homeowners are hurting as well. It's been struggling.
This has nothing to do with the tax rate.
I looked at all of this. I kinda played it out,
what's what
for
theft
my
is she talking
taxes,
about?
If we went with line 295,
I think this is supposed to be a who is hurting kind of argument.
$116.64 more from last year.
The insurance
We
companies.
went with line 263.
Covered all smash and grabs.
As a literature nerd, I really do enjoy like all of the counselors' speeches to like follow their arc and their, you know, reasoning. And how
It's going up anyway. And if there's any way that we can try
It's
to
terrible,
assume
terrible
it's
character
gonna go
development.
this way, but then it goes all the way left.
I know.
Oh, okay. Plot twist.
Yeah, a lot of them are unreliable narrators.
Wow.
Non-playable characters.
I'm willing to.
We went from renters are going to hurt to theft.
I'd like to even put forth line 280.
280.
Which would be a tax rate of 1528.
That's her gesture right there was what I think every time she basically talks. Well,
Like,
No idea what I just said.
yeah, well,
Kate
okay.
to me has no idea. Oh my god.
So Foskett's tracking this, and he seems to think that the lowest residential is got the vote, which I know is going to shock us all.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just like others have said, it's not an easy vote.
A lot of feedback.
You know, much like what Councilor Rosso stated, and that, you know, when you look at we're having such an issue regarding apartments and people affordability, and how you see that these numbers are going to go to, you know, to the renters. That's very concerning. And it has been a really rough couple of years economically for many people. But at the same time, I've been having conversations with some of the small mom and pop stores, and
So something, just as you were talking about how assessments don't necessarily reflect reality, something that probably is relevant, and obviously this is going to be a school thing again, is that DOR takes what the city valuation for income for property is, and that's part of the calculation as to how much state aid we have. So there's an argument to be made that by keeping that artificially low, we actually get more state aid, because effectively it's one way that the city is saying we can't afford to spend more on our schools.
Interesting. All right.
Now, do I think they're doing it on purpose? No. But is it a fact that actually happens? Yes.
It's an unintended consequence. Well, that's interesting. Good to know.
To Southbridge Street. You know,
Actually, Attell, did you say you were jumping on 70 tomorrow? 70 on 70 at noon?
Yeah.
These are the,
Yeah, we'll talk about the municipal
that
revenue
that
calculation as
that
part
I'm
of that, and
also
that's
hearing from
part of what's
that
in
are
here.
being hit. You look at some of the businesses
And
on
really, I mean,
Park
if we're being honest
Avenue,
too, in a normal
with no
year,
tax
which
rate,
the last
but
couple
also
hasn't
for
been,
the fact
it's
that
not a
we've
slight
lost
bump in a
businesses because
tax
of different
rate or
activities. They
even
didn't have
an
the spot on the
assessment
street.
that
They
is
didn't have
causing your
the
rents to go up, right?
parade.
Like it's the
You
wildly
know, these are
speculative
things that
housing
are
market that we
being
have,
taken into consideration.
where your
But
rent
at the
roll
same
is what you're
time,
giving to a bank to
between you,
justify the
we
note that
had,
they're going to give
I
you to
think it was
purchase a
something that we
property in a
have
wildly
a
speculative
good
market.
agreement on this
Um,
council has
and
been
this
the
plays
need for
directly into
housing.
that, right?
Um, and the
Everyone
need
sitting here
for
knows that our
affordable housing, right?
assessments
I'm not
are
talking about
wildly
just
low.
subsidized housing. I'm talking about the fact that people being able to afford to
If
live
they were
in
if they did the adult thing, and
and
as a city,
when you look at folks
we were forced to
retiring
acknowledge
at
what our
their
properties
income
are
age
actually
and
worth in the
starting
eyes of, again, a
to
lender
keep
or a
their
bank.
home,
What I don't think any of
very
us would actually be
daunting.
living here.
So that being said,
The
I
entire rental
think
market would be
definitely
pushed out,
appreciate a
and I'm
line
not
item
suggesting we should do that,
set
but at least we
below
would
state law 544.
be forced to start being honest in
Um,
terms of what the
but
conversation should
probably
actually be about.
lean more to once
Yeah.
hearing Councillor Toomey,
It's
probably
it's
lean more
essentially
towards
how
I
Donald
do
Trump
agree that
made
there
his
needs to be
money,
movement, but I
is
think there
by
needs to be
juking
trying to
the
find a balance
assessment
between
system.
the two that I feel
If
are
anyone has ever
important
listened to any
for the community
ProPublica
that I serve.
podcast, they
Thank
did
you.
a whole season about how people cheat the system by keeping your tax assessments low and then jacking up your assessments for
Thank you, Mr.
the sales
Chairman.
market, for the rental market.
So
And
here we are again, and in many ways, I feel
Here we
like
are again.
we've done the same thing over and over for the last 6 years. And I do have to stand here and say, there's been many times that there's been other opportunities and options for us to have a conversation to do things a little bit, but there certainly hasn't.
That pillow that Councillor
happened.
Carlson is wearing tonight is also available
So
on
we stand
Councillor
here
Toomey's
tonight,
e-shop.
and as my colleague pointed out, and we look at the median for whether it's our businesses or for our homeowners. And that's what I
Oh,
believe we have to
so
look at.
Talon too, you'll
Because
I think you
as
draw
we
for
look in this
seats. I know we
city,
draw
and
for seats.
certainly I'm
If you end
somebody
up next
who
to the
support
windows,
our businesses,
those windows are very
100%.
drafty.
Oh no.
So
And
if you sit
I
with your back to the
can say to
windows,
you
make sure you
that,
bring layers.
when
That
we
side is
talk
colder than the other.
about that businesses
I hope
are
I don't get to sit
leaving,
near a window.
Yeah, not me.
Although if I
I
bring a
won't
broom, I might
say that,
make my exit
we
through
as
them.
Gallatin decided that Worcester
That's
was
the
a
only
great
benefit.
place to come to.
Tell,
We
if
have
you're going to talk about
actually
brooms, I
made a
have to put this
decision
up.
to come to
Thank you.
Worcester, Massachusetts.
My
We had
favorite.
Cable Talk, who Harry said to me he could have left Worcester and went someplace, and it was
Yeah,
going to
why
be
won't
much
someone
cheaper.
fix
But he
this?
made a decision to stay in Worcester, and there was a reason for that. It was so that his employees could walk to work. It was also so
I
that,
mean, it's not like we're encouraging
first of all,
walkability
we
much
all
these
know
days.
his mom said there was no way he was.
Oh, that gentleman from Sutton walked here tonight.
So we, just to be
Well, we certainly didn't
clear
take
on
bus,
that,
right? I mean,
Yay,
there's
free buses.
also many
No, if only if you listen
small
to him, I think he might have been
restaurant
force
owners
marched.
come to the city who said to me, Worcester's the place to be. And I'm not
Goose
sure
stepped
which
up
one of
here.
my colleagues talked about this, but as we talked about Polar Park coming here to Worcester and all of the new small businesses who came, but they also
Fact check.
came at a time when the pandemic was hitting as well. But there's a lot of those folks who say, at least to me, that they're so grateful that they have the opportunity to have a business.
Oh my
in
God.
the
The
city
what
of
are you
Worcester.
trying to say challenge?
I don't think that we pay enough attention
How,
to that.
these people never took a high school English class? Thesis statement up front?
Surrounding towns, and you can take all those towns.
where's the red pen when you need it?
Yeah.
And not just a.
And then to the next point, right, which is,
You
are you
take
actually
all
defending
those
your
towns,
thesis
and
too?
every one of those towns, their median income.
Yeah, it's a masterclass in not presenting a thesis and then not defending it.
Not
And then
defending it.
at the end of your allotted 5 minutes saying, oh, this is actually what I mean.
I mean, I don't even need a thesis. I just need a hamburger from them, like give me the one and the 3 evidence, please. Keep it like that.
Yeah, right.
Real sweet.
They're barely hanging on to their.
Now, is it a
homes, and
veggie
yes,
burger
it's great that
or
I'm
is it a
accessible
real
to them,
burger?
But it doesn't.
All
mean
of these
anything
speeches are
to
like,
them when they can't get
Well,
by their groceries.
some people have it hard.
Or that there's an awful lot
Other
of folks
people
in
have
this
it hard.
city who have pets.
There was a pandemic.
Their pets
Here's my decision that's unrelated to that.
money is just not there.
Won't somebody think of the hardware stores?
It's a very
my
tough
God.
decision every year, but I truly say this.
Yeah,
and I say
Kate Toomey being like, well, people are stealing. So I think that's going to factor into my tax rate decision.
once a year, we
Fuck
come
off.
here and we have a discussion about
Yeah, you hear all these people stealing?
businesses versus homeowners, which
You know what the
is,
bad part about
you
that
know,
is? Not the
a
desperate
great
people
place
who
to
feel they
be.
need
And
to
I
steal.
truly
It's
believe
this
that
hardware
there is
store
a
that
way
lost a
for us
shovel.
to
Yeah, it's this
lessen
hardware
the
store that just
burden
expanded because they're doing
on
so well.
in the city of Worcester. But again, the
Destroyed
residents
100-year-old
have
people's favorite
elected
restaurant in the
me,
process.
And quite frankly, for my district
Yep.
and for the people who live in my district, there's many of them today who can no longer afford to pay their rent. And that's what we're looking at today.
Yes, it was, Ben.
Can no longer afford to pay their rent. But we also have people who have come into this city and bought these 3-deckers or bought
Dude, these sob stories about who can afford what have nothing the fuck to do with setting the tax rate. It's not like there's a situation where there's going to be no taxes. You know what I mean? Like, you're just picking a number off of a spreadsheet that marginally changes how much certain people will be paying in taxes. All of these public comments here, I'm getting
Thank you,
mad.
Mr.
I'm just
Chairman.
mad listening to all this.
We were noticing the level of profanity was going up. We figured it was related.
I'm getting frustrated with how stupid this is. We do this every year.
We talked about how you were going to feel this way, and then
tax rate possible.
it's what happened.
And I've always indicated that I support the lowest rate practicable. That being said,
That's a new
you know,
twist.
I concur
Practical.
with a
Practical.
lot of folks here
Mhm.
Practicable.
talk about the challenges.
I think Christian just got a doctorate.
Small business.
Oh, cool. Good for him.
Yeah, I think he finished it last year. I don't remember, but I wish he could call himself. Yeah, that's good. That's a good graph.
I don't know. If you go around calling yourself Dr. King, then that might be a little presumptuous.
It's a thing.
Figuring out life, figuring out how to work through all of this, the lack of affordable wages, and we're also in a place where businesses are struggling.
Oh wow, interesting. Okay.
Shout out Joanna Hampton Dance.
Holistically.
She definitely was carrying the fattest bag on the way into the last cycle's campaign. She had a lot of cash on hand.
That the city has done a great job.
Well, and that was what was so interesting, right? Because that was such a closely for a otherwise lopsided election or campaign. That was an actual. That was not a definitive win.
Rental assistance. We've made direct.
No, it was way closer than it should have been.
Her challenger had Isabel hand drawing her signs. The same pad that the props came from
What
tonight.
do we get for our tax dollars here in the city?
We need more pie charts.
We get a
As
plethora
part
of
of presentation.
Yeah. When I was checking the Facebook feed to see if we could use it, Joanna was in the comments there, and I just tried so hard to come over to us, come to our stream.
That would be
We're having more
Please.
fun.
My process
Yeah.
has always been, again, to try.
Has everybody
to be
spoken?
fair and equitable.
We're getting there.
My understanding that valuations are higher. I think our new growth has been pretty good. And I just had a couple of questions through the chair to the administration.
Here we go.
I know that in the last few years.
Yeah, I think
there
he's
has
actually
not
last.
been an
I think everyone else has
increase
spoken.
in
Yeah.
the
Oh, that's
valuations
good.
of our commercial properties, as I recall. And I just want to confirm.
We all know how testy the mayor
if
gets
that's
about
accurate or
corporate
not.
grounds, so.
And additionally, currently, have we
Tracy,
seen
what happens if you
an
don't
increase
always say
in
through the chair?
valuations of our commercial properties? And
Firing squad.
You know the same.
Joe just ignores you.
Well, a ruder chair would. You know how you can tell when he's running out of patience because he starts reminding people of how long they're actually supposed to have to talk.
Oh yeah.
If he's feeling testy, he will remind you that you are supposed to only be directing your conversation through the chair.
The chair, and you can't look at people, right? You have to
Right.
always look
And
at.
that's actually really it. Is the thing that actually tends to be more disruptive is if you're actually talking. You try to talk to one of your colleagues directly, let alone the public. That's really what'll get one.
Warehouse space.
Got it.
This was driven.
What's the reasoning for not being able to look at people?
Sign of aggression.
No logic, just like you.
I wonder if somebody got into a
Days
fight.
of the Wild Kingdom now. No, I mean that's really just more directing your attention. It's just demonstrating where it is that you're actually talking.
Was high before the pandemic. It's even
Maybe to maintain decorum, so like people don't start like throwing insults at each
Arguing with
other.
each other. I mean, right.
Well, but you could just be like through the chair. Mo Bergman's a silly little bitch.
No, you can't.
No,
You can't.
that's outside the rules too.
You can't say like personality stuff about people.
Right.
Ah, that stinks.
You'll be ruled out of order. That will actually get you
Two of them.
hammered down.
Who is this gentleman?
Yeah, I was gonna say we weren't paying attention.
He's a hitman.
So that's a huge win for the city of Worcester.
Are you talking about
that
Amazon?
trickle
Apple Carter.
effect down through commercial and industrial warehouse space carries through to the market adjustment. So this year, the industrial warehouse space did see a market adjustment that if you were to look at the whole class altogether, it would be roughly between 27 and 28%. On the commercial side, so we all knew that hotels, for the most part, did not fare very well during the pandemic. Certain classes of hotels did better than others. Extended stay style hotels, for example, where you had a suite and you had your own kitchen and you could kind of stay in that.
So now
room
this
without
means we're
having
actually getting at another line of
room
city
services
revenue.
for a couple of days. That was actually much more
Because we actually do
desirable,
get revenue
and they
from
did much better than
from
say
hotels.
a select service where there was room service, there was a bar, a restaurant down in the lobby, and that completely went away. Their revenue streams were diminished at that point due to the pandemic.
Is it possible that this is the
So
the economic
you
development
see a
director or
decrease
something?
in
Or one of the assessors, maybe? One of the assistant assessors?
hotel industry.
I've never seen it.
Retail was also
Another NPC.
area that did not do so well in some instances, although e-commerce.
Is this the gentleman who makes a face every time in the background?
Yes.
Yeah.
Fair amount of
That's why occasionally the people who sit in the bullpen need to actually watch the live stream because sometimes they
Yeah.
don't on camera.
medical office space is doing very well, and that of course ties into some of the. You can connect those.
Now, so technically, actually, there's actually a sort of a tricky thing going on here too, which is that the degree to which the counselors defer and the mayor defers to the city manager as to who's going to answer a question. So technically, your questions are through the chair to the administration. But if you actually want to direct your question, you can try to say through the chair to and actually have it directed at a particular individual who's there.
So if we had a question from the city manager, it would have to be through the chair to the administration?
To the administration, and then sometimes the city manager will, although it's been interesting, he just basically hasn't been fielding any of these. But frequently there's a sort of direction that's going on from the administration as to who's answering the question. Was he in there?
No, I think he never came back, or he left again.
Or in which case they're just on their own anyway. So.
And before you get into that, based on your comments and your explanation.
So we're not even like gone to the
businesses,
district, to the
what are we to
redistricting
discern
conversation.
Right.
or
That's
anything
why
else.
Isabel's still sitting there in the
Given
background because
fact
they haven't talked
Yeah.
about that.
in some realms, businesses doing well, and in some realms, businesses have been challenged. What are we to discern from that information?
Well, I think that there is certainly
And we're only on item
cause
8.
for
Oh my God.
taking a look at the smaller businesses and the impact that the pandemic has had. I mean, it's just been catastrophic in many instances for that type of business. The larger businesses, they make a
Bill's starting to turn into Mal
Sorry,
Ollie,
I'm
who's
just
starting to
like-
turn into the Joker.
Bill's losing it.
But when it comes to a small business, if you miss out on a month or
Yep.
even a week of your sales or your
Like I said,
revenues, that can.
this is like, so I consider the point of this stream, like the main point of this stream is bringing people in to understanding and participating in city government.
residential.
And this might be the best example of
So
how
residential values,
hard
it's
it
no secret
is.
in the city of Worcester that
Because
three
this
families and the
this whole
multifamily units have been
conversation
going up steadily year over year. This
is
was another
getting
banner
applied
year
like
for
a political
and the
reality by the
trend is still
council
going up even
that does
into
not
the next
actually
fiscal year.
exist or matter. And the only reason why they're doing it is because they have to
Or
justify
the
their vote
desirability of a
on something
multifamily
that
unit
really shouldn't even
is very
be
high. The
a
demand
matter
is
of
high and the supply
voting
right
at
now
all.
is limited,
Like,
which is driving, of course, the
there's no reason to talk about a hardware store getting stolen from when you're setting a tax rate for a city. There is zero reason to do that unless you are trying to justify your vote to some audience you perceive yourself having.
different styles of
It's
You know what
just
store
like,
you know what store you can't steal from is Etsy.
those
So
would vary slightly within those
maybe
classes.
Barrow should have
They're
thought of
roughly
that.
10%.
shouts
When you
out
get to
to Craft Tea Kombucha. Don't steal it.
see roughly an 11%
Yeah.
market adjustment.
Do not steal
Now,
Craft Tea Kombucha.
there
We'll
are
come
hundreds
at you.
of condo complexes within the city of Worcester. So you do a market adjustment.
If you steal
that-
Craft Tea
that-
Kombucha,
that
me and Bill are
accounts
coming to
for
your house.
The entire city, but then
To
within
beat you
each
up.
condo
Yeah,
complex,
we're gonna kick
there
your
are different
ass.
Factors that we need to be aware of, and those have a condo adjustment.
That's an
depending on
excellent
the
question.
desirability and
that so drives to the heart of this.
That is an extremely good question. And the answer is
roughly 11%.
1, who knows?
Yeah.
2, who cares? And 3, the imagined idea of what a voter cares about based on the limited confines of what the city council has tasked itself to take on. And 4, the Chamber of Commerce.
Above 20%, right around 21.
So generally, the chair doesn't enforce a time limit on administration answering questions.
They should.
As my colleagues reminded me about 2 weeks ago when I got a 10-minute answer to one of my questions.
But it's directly related to the sales and the sales analysis.
Well, one of the things I think about is like, imagine if you're Isabel as like just a mother who cares about redistricting of the schooling, and then you have to sit through all of this to get to something you care about, and that's one of the reasons why city council is so accessible to people. And mind you, could be skipping work or like having kids in the room with them and having to like wait all these hours.
Commercial tax
Yeah.
rate.
It's definitely an argument for continuing to keep remote participation.
Oh yeah,
or particularly for the public.
for sure.
Is minus 8.28%. Is that right? Through the chair.
Through the chair to the counselor. If you were to look at the lowest minimum residential factor, which is line 295, if you go all the way over to where the
Thank you,
impact
Butler,
to
churn in on
commercial
Vernon.
bill, it is a reduction of 8.28%.
So the answer is that the reason that they take this vote after the election is so that no one will remember because it's this far after it. They don't have to do this now.
That is correct as well. It's approximately 1.39%.
To that point, Saints, I will say that in addition to our 23 voters, there are 20 people watching on the Facebook feed right now as well. So,
And remember, cable access.
Yeah, there are more psychos out there. They just don't have memes.
So we are again outperforming the city's own stream.
We have to assume.
Yeah.
What I'm hearing tonight is we have a number of challenges for our renters and our homeowners. We have a number of challenges for our.
You know what would be so refreshing is if one of these counselors,
some Craft Tea Kombucha. Oh, sorry, I
just got up and said,
have their startup businesses.
"All right, I did my research and I decided on X line. I understand that the justification for this is of little consequence to anybody, and I yield my time."
And basically, his best chance of employment will be self-employment. Then we have.
I'm trying to think of
the lack of affordable and livable.
Someone
wages,
actually doing that.
Which some folks try to navigate by starting.
No one on this council would do that.
No,
so we have this balance here, and my approach is always, again, at least particularly this year, is try to be fair.
I mean, I think it's I'm
really looking to.
I think it's important for them to share their reasoning.
Almost,
they're accountable to
as
their
close
constituents.
as possible to a
And it would be
rate
great if it
where,
could happen
the percentage
maybe ahead of the maybe
close,
if
but
we
does
had a
not
robust
fall
local
on the back of the
newspaper that
homeowner.
Well, yeah,
cover these
but
things in a but
really is my concern.
also,
And
I keep coming back
trying
to
to
this
gauge
point
my
is that
understanding,
this decision
as
is
well is
really divorced from any of these moralistic arguments that they're invoking.
Agreed. 100% agreed.
Tax rate.
So yes, in this specific situation, it
Like
seems
it's
line item.
It's
seems
just
like
as bullshit for Christian to bring up like the plight of the working poor as it is for Kate Toomey to bring up the hardware store dealing with theft when you're deciding between a couple different numbers in a spreadsheet of what you're going to set the tax rate to. It really has no bearing.
As it relates to how we
and when you take the outsized focus and time that this gets as opposed to other things where it would be great to hear their justifications, their reasoning, and we don't get that.
But this is one of the biggest political theaters of the city council reliably every year. And it is so divorced from anything anybody in Worcester could have a problem with or want fixed or anything. You know, it's
a situation where you're always at the lowest.
Like equitable voting districts for school committee, right? Like we'll have to go more early tonight. We won't get to that.
Does not give you very much.
I think they might delay that.
In terms of going in any other direction.
This guy totally stayed at a Holiday Inn last night.
Maybe a larger expense year, or a budget that might need to be increased for whatever reason. You're already at the lowest.
Attell, just a request as my city councilor elect. Next year, when you have a shot at this, can you just use your time, stand up, and say, "Look, I'm going full fucking libertarian this year. 0 tax rate. Throw the mic, walk out. Just save everybody the 5 minutes. It'll be fantastic."
And swear too?
Yes.
Definitely. Thank you so much.
Use the broom out the window. You know?
And throw the broom. Yep.
Fly the broom out the window.
Instead of a mic drop,
Philippe's coming up here.
broom drop.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So we think they have until the 30th.
I just want to take a look at line 285.
They have
the way I
until
understand it is they have
the dollar
a legal deadline of today to
on both sides.
pick an
And I
option.
apologize, I have like
This
5
is how I
versions of this thing. I
perceive
don't know
it.
what's what here. We got a couple new
But
ones
settling the lawsuit is a
but in terms
different
of
thing. I don't know.
residential and commercial dollar increase. What does that look like through the chair?
Through the chair to the councilor.
I support the
don't have
comment
that
about
specific sheet in front of me, but
supporting the
from
fire
memory,
department because
I
we've
do
been
know
having a
that
slew of fires
line 285
with our
happens
triple
to
deckers.
be
That's a really, really good use of ARPA
factor
funds
that
to support the fire
puts
department.
a very similar
To support the fire department, and it's also the kind of money where you could have a realistic conversation. Like the fire marshal on the state side is really pushing hard for multifamily dwellings to all be upgraded with fire suppression systems. And the reason that conversation goes nowhere is because the housing stock Commonwealth wide, it would the money just doesn't exist. There's probably a good argument to be made that that would be a good use of those funds.
So it is just a slightly
At the very least, the use of the ARPA funds that was voted last week to support some of the recommendations, or at least one of them for the fire department, was a good use of money.
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
It sounds like that differential would not fall disproportionately on the homeowner. You know,
I think Councilor King is actually engaged in a war of attrition here. Sarai's definitely asleep. He's just trying to see who collapses first.
Gentrification and what have you. And we think about the need for our small businesses and the fact that we need our workforce to be Worcester residents. And that those Worcester residents need to have the resources available to our schools and our services and our infrastructure for them to continue to live here. And you think about the census and how much we've grown. There's so much need.
So clearly the solution is toll roads. Every road coming into Worcester, Pay a quarter.
You know, and as far as line 284 goes, I cannot support
That's true.
line
Though, I mean, is
simply
he the
because
first one to talk about the fact that the city has grown as much as it has?
on
I suppose
the
we wouldn't
shoulders of
necessarily have heard it
the
if someone else had.
As such,
But that seems
I
relevant.
would recommend line 285, which I see as
He would definitely roll in a filibuster.
I was actually just thinking that earlier.
Given all the challenges, the valuations, and what have you, and you know, we've done a good job with new growth. And if just the last question I have to the chair, if you could just, I don't know if this is who this is to, but in terms of new growth and what we've experienced, can you kind of share a little bit about that through the chair?
Sure. Through the chair to the city councilor. Each year we are tracking new growth, and new growth is typically either a new construction, or if it's a new asset for personal property, but it's something that has not been taxed before. And each year, you know, we usually end up with between six. I think the average was 6.28 for the last 3 years, but
$1.25. Welcome to Worcester.
7 million.
Toll Booth Willie.
And that's a good sign. That's certainly very good, positive, even though we
It's
went
the
through a
best guess
pandemic.
is somebody in the assessor's office,
Last year we were in the
or maybe
70s
even
as
the
well,
assessor.
so positive there. But
Maybe
new
somebody
growth is
that
really
does security at a nightclub.
when you
I don't know.
look at
It's
how new growth
hard to say.
I think I saw him at Hurricane Betty's last time I was there.
the formula for levy limit is
The
maximum
best answer, though, is somebody
the
that
previous
doesn't need to be talking about this right now.
times 2.5%
in
and
public.
you add in your new growth, and that becomes your new
I'm just going to take a moment to say that the WRTA has not advertised the fare free policy.
the tax levy.
It's true.
At all?
Nothing.
Levy capacity.
Nada.
So having excess levy capacity is very good.
And they're
City
still
of
looking
Worcester
at new
has
toll
levy capacity
collection
last year and is on
software,
track
right?
to do the same this year.
Yeah.
In excess of
Yeah, for
20
sure. They're still looking at the collection,
Thank you.
the
Thank you,
collection
Mr.
of
Chairman.
the box, whatever it's called. But
You know, and just as
there's only a
follow-up,
line that says
as
it's
relates
suspended,
to,
and that's about it.
the levy capacity. And
They
we
said
were
to
at-
us
we were
that
at
it
last
was
year. I think if you take a
expensive
look at
to
what we
advertise
did
it.
last year, what I'm suggesting in
Yeah,
line 285.
sure.
They're like, and you
is
took away all
along-
our
right
damn
along
money.
Those lines, and I think
Which
that
is
the
a lie,
gains,
but
for the city of Worcester will be.
But I feel like
significant
usually buses are
going
used
forward.
as like an ad, like board. So
Yeah,
can't
they
they
can-
just simply like
yeah.
you
Yeah,
know,
they-
free?
Take off
Once again, I
one
think that
Go
this is the
Woosocks
most
message and put
fair
up
and
fare
equitable
free.
way,
Just spray paint free on the side of it.
I've been able to determine. Thank
That
you.
would be free to
then-
do.
Yeah, then I'd take it home, Brendan.
People take free shit all the time in Worcester.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I mean, even on their flashy thing, you know, if it says like
Right.
happy holidays or whatever, it just
Yeah.
says free in one of the
Preliminary,
flicks, I think.
speaking.
Yeah, no, they're not willing to do that.
To think or consider, you know, my line at 284, which is only a penny off
Uh-oh.
of, I think what Councilor
comes the
Kane is
haggling.
proposing, I think $3 on average
Over a penny.
per year.
Yep.
You know,
We're gonna go
the
through
lowest
all
residential,
fucking 11 of them
offer that we have
again.
on the table here is $15.06. My line is $15.22. It's a 16-cent difference. It's the difference of about $45 a year in valuations, 47 to be exact.
The difference of
if
a
we
cost of
were
a
to
rake
pay
at
that
Spags in
additional
1983.
a year on the residential side.
You know how much that rate costs at Barrows?
Barrows?
Brendan? Nothing, because it's stolen.
$600 on average a year. You know, we've heard everybody here talk tonight about small businesses, you know, being the backbone of our community, and you know, immigrants. Immigrants, you know, moving in.
What just happened? What happened?
It sounded like a couple of gunshots.
We have a real opportunity.
No, I think he
used the gavel, didn't he?
It sounded like the gavel, but it
It
looks
sounded
there's
like the gavel.
commotion going
In
on.
the chamber?
Oh, was he? Yeah, were people talking? Mo Bergman was probably screeching.
Oh yeah.
Oh, maybe they were
You
side
can get away with it as long as you whisper.
Have been hurt and suffering through this pandemic. They're, you know,
the chamber came up and said, these businesses, and in some cases, 10, 15, 20 employees in total. Those are the ones who are suffering the most as a
Like,
result.
why are these people talking like this tax rate
I can
question
the
is some sort of
but unfortunately-
panacea solution to any of these problems, when in reality, it's not going to help or hurt any of them.
Yeah. 263.
I mean, they could talk about essential workers getting
Could you
a
just
bump
read
in the
the
ARPA
numbers
funds.
so we can read them?
Could do that.
Hold on, this is mildly important. 263.
280 by Council Toomey, is that correct?
280.
280. Council Rose was 284.
284.
Council King was 285.
285.
Council Rosen was 295.
295. So that's our 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 options
So we get about
for how we're
32
going to
lines
set
that
this
separate us
split.
out of 295 lines.
Mr. Chairman, a point of order, but what order are you taking them in? Are you
I'll go
taking
right
them-
down the list.
So you're not taking them the order that they were presented?
I was gonna say they should be in the order they were
You've always done it
presented.
before?
Yes.
No, I've gone down the list. I just referred to the clerk, right? Have I gone down the list?
Come on, Nico. So no.
Okay. So,
And the difference between each of those line items could
gonna
easily
start
be
with
represented by the
263.
prop hand sanitizer bottles in front of each counselor.
It's minuscule.
And no is a no for 263.
Okay, 263. Here we go.
Council Bregman?
No.
Who
Council
proposed the
Caloria?
63? Do we know?
Council King?
Was the first one?
Council Member Carlson? No. Council Rivera?
No.
Council Rose? No. Council Rosen?
No.
Council Russell?
No.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
Council Wally?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty?
Yes. Then we
Mr. Mayor,
have-
263 fails?
Okay, fails. That fails. So we are going down to 280 by Council Toomey.
Yeah.
Roll call.
Council Bergman?
No.
Council Caloria?
No.
Council King?
No.
Council Member Carlson? Council Rivera? Council Rose?
No.
Council Rosen?
No.
Council Russell?
No.
Sean, I think the
Council
answer
Toomey?
is compared to what?
Council Wally?
No.
Yes.
And Mayor Petty?
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, that fails?
Okay, I believe the next one is 284.
Council
Huge
Bergman?
difference here, guys.
Council Caloria?
No.
Council King?
No.
Council Member Carlson?
They should introduce a maybe option.
Council Rivera? Council Rose?
It's just Kate Toomey doing this.
Well, I will say that if you ever abstain, it
Mr.
happens
Russell?
so rarely that it kind of stops
Toomey?
everybody in their tracks for a minute.
Council Wally?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty?
Yes.
I had to abstain from a
Mr.
vote
Mayor,
last
that
week because I was
fails as well.
not
You only
in
find
That
one.
one
exec for all of
failed
it. And
also.
everybody,
Yeah.
yes.
285. Roll call.
All right, we're up for 285.
Council Bergman?
No.
Council Caloria?
No.
Council King?
Yes.
Council Member Carlson? Council Rivera?
Yes.
Council Rose?
Yes.
Council Rosen?
No.
Council Russell?
No.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
Council Wally?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty?
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, there are 6 votes. This is as follows. Council King, Council Rivera, Council Rose, Council Toomey, Council Wally, and Mayor Petty are in favor of line 285.
Okay.
There we go.
We are
We have a tax classification.
There it is.
Wow.
reconsideration. Roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
All right, so
Council
let's take a look
Caloria?
at how
Yes.
much different these
Council
numbers are
King?
from each other.
What?
Because it's fucking minuscule. All this fucking highfalutin rhetoric about how much this matters, and
Council
we
Bergman,
just
Council
spent
Caloria, yes for
what?
reconsideration. Council King?
2 hours
Council Member Carlson?
talking about the difference of like
Council
a
Rivera?
couple bucks.
Council Rose?
No.
Council Rosen?
Yes.
Council Russell?
No.
Council Toomey?
They're voting on
Council Wally?
reconsideration, which always
Mayor
is
Petty?
very confusing.
Okay, so
Oh,
reconsideration is Tracy,
Yeah.
go ahead.
No, you could take it. If you know, that's amazing.
Yeah, so reconsideration means that you could theoretically
going
take up
to,
a reconsideration of the vote to try to
pick up
change
another
it
item
down
on
the
the
line.
agenda.
So somebody calls a reconsideration so that everyone votes no, and there's no
Okay,
chance of it
we have
changing.
the committee report.
So you could
Yeah.
call
So
for
before you
reconsideration
move
if
on,
you wanted to
BP,
change
see
it
your file.
and make your
Okay,
case
we're
as to
going
why it should be
FAA,
changed.
B and C
But
without
it's
place
the
on
custom
file.
of the Worcester
B
City
and C, all
Council,
in favor, opposed,
after a
so ordered.
vote as contentious
We are on
as this,
9A.
to
Motions
vote
are
for
dropped on the roll
reconsideration to
call.
intentionally
Here,
vote no, thus
City
barring the
Council
decision
change
from
from
ever
Economic
being
Development in
changed in the
accordance with
future.
33E.
I mean,
the
that's
rules of
any
city council,
controversial
custom
decision they've ever
rules.
taken. It's always a
December
no.
2021 meeting to take up
The
report.
reconsideration, you have to
On the communication
vote
proceeding,
no,
recommend copy
and
of the law
then
release
per the rules, if you have
deed restrictions
one
on the property
reconsideration
located
fail,
at
you can't reconsider it
51
again.
Gage Street, as presented by
So everyone
Suzanne
votes no on
and
purpose so that it can never be taken
Economic
back up.
Development on the
Tracy, I got that pretty much right?
November
You
9th,
did, and the thing
2021.
that's weird about
items pending before the
Worcester
committee.
is that generally reconsideration can only be asked for by someone who is on the winning side. That's what Robert's rule says. Worcester actually functions differently in terms of how reconsideration happens.
You
Oh, I
could have
didn't
ended
know
at Worcester
that.
functions differently.
Generally speaking, yes.
I'm just surprised that Worcester functions.
Councilor Bergman,
Me too.
That's under reconsideration.
Gloria,
Yes.
Worcester functions?
Councilor Rivera,
Wrong.
Councilor Rose,
Yes.
Councilor Rose,
Okay, so the residential tax rate that passed after all of that
Mayor Petty.
is 21 no
Yes, Mrs.
18
Chairman,
cents
as
higher
item,
per
which is
whatever
Thousand.
than
1,000.
the lowest, and
and why this is
the commercial is like
on
maybe
development.
double that. Like like I cannot underscore how inconsequential that entire discussion was to any problem impacting any Worcester resident at all. Like it's amazing how much time and attention they give that decision
They're moving out, going to
and how little it actually matters. It's so frustrating.
When we all should be discussing Councilor Mero Carlson's Snuggie, because it's incredible.
Is that what it's called?
Councilor Candy Marrow Tucker Carlson.
I was not expecting there to be, territorial comments tonight.
Oh, that's a whole segment on this show. City Council fits.
Thank you, Mr.
Hi,
Chairman.
Sean.
I was able to
Yeah, the line that passed was 285, which is
just wanted to point out that
51521 residential
very closely with
and 3334 commercial.
made a significant impact on immigrant communities, the African community. our
What are they
community at
discussing
large.
now?
And for that
I
reason,
missed it.
support this. And I know
I'm gonna be back in a little bit. I have to go scream in the wilderness.
with ACE for quite some time. That's not
Poor
currently
Bill.
in effect.
Yeah,
I
I
really
hope
look forward
Animal
to,
Control's on patrol
the
tonight.
city, our educational partners really reevaluating and reattaching themselves to this vibrant community player. And I wanted to make sure I said
Oh, I know what this is.
Jim.
This is the selling of the Ace property
Good to go.
Oh, okay.
from development.
On a roll
So they
call.
must have made a recommendation for them to purchase that property.
For tonight. Mr. Costa, good luck. Do great work in the community. Much appreciate you sticking out tonight. Good thing I saw you. Otherwise, I was looked over this.
Oh, they must have taken it out of order.
Thank you for being here.
Yeah.
Wait, yeah, what happened? Like what?
Yes.
Ace is
Order
moving
development.
to a different
Councilor Carlson,
property, so they
Councilor
they
Rivera,
voted on
Councilor Rose,
the
Yes.
purchase
Councilor
of the
Rosen,
property.
Councilor Russell,
Yes.
Councilor Toomey,
Yes.
Councilor Wally,
Yes.
Mayor Petty.
Yes. Okay, we did the petition.
And they took that out of order. It's supposed to be later in the agenda.
Oh, because maybe they want a lot more time to the redistricting conversation.
Yeah, and I was going to say someone was there for it. The mayor generally does try to do that if someone's there for something.
I'm not sure which one it is. 13A?
Are the rules on taking stuff out of order?
We have
Yeah, usually you're supposed to have to suspend the rules to do it because the agenda is
We're here to
supposed to
all
be
by
the agenda
ourselves, so,
in order.
Since
Um,
request that the city
there are
manager
places
request
that
the
actually will
Commissioner of
have
Health
a
and Human
rule that
Services,
says
the
that,
Commissioner of Public Works and
you
Parks,
know,
as well as any
if
other
a
appropriate
member of the public
agencies,
is there or that kind of thing, they'll try to take it out of
work
order.
with the
There's
UMass
kinds of those
Medical and the
happen like
student
that.
Christopher Fay to enact a practice safe skin program.
So I will say
Uh,
that
Impact
every mayor that I've
Melanoma's national
known
campaign
has
for
always
the city
kind of
manager
made it their
include the
practice.
Worcester Public Schools Sports Department,
This
city
is the
colleges,
sunscreen item.
Oh, that's right.
Since we're
State
on
parks,
item
public
13A,
private golf courses,
I feel like this panel should be keeping an eye on that spot on Joe's
establishment
forehead.
of the City Council to me.
Oh yeah, is it irregular shaped?
Thank you,
It
Mr.
is
gotta check
irregular
that out.
shaped.
I
Is it
appreciate you
raised?
taking this out of order.
I can't see from this distance or resolution.
I received an email from a mid student, Chris Fay.
The
who
brown
spoke
spot,
earlier
the one on
and
his skin.
intelligently,
Yes, the one that
about
probably
the
could have been prevented by
campaign,
sunscreen in our public parks.
that's really well done. And it's in 4 major cities: Boston, Atlanta, Austin, and Charleston, South Carolina.
Somebody read an article.
Very comprehensive.
Someone gave her an article.
Impact Melanoma
Is Matt's mask? Is that a Bruins mask or
I
a
was thinking
Paisley
that.
mask?
organization that actually has great support in terms of programming and finding resources for funding and things like that. And this isn't, I did receive an email from someone who thought that we were trying to play Big Brother and forcing people.
Oh my God, we're gonna follow you around to put sunscreen on you.
What this is. This is a collaborative effort. As discussed earlier, it was
Sunscreen is good.
collaborative effort with UMass Med School, for which we're
I
very
think those are
grateful,
fish
for
fish
the
on his
support and
mask.
educating people. And in addition to that, we were talking earlier.
It
about
could be the
not
old
having,
bear logo,
food or
but it's hard to
money
say.
for food for their pets, whatever. Do you really think that sunscreen is going to be high on the list? So I think that this is a great opportunity for people.
If we were to have a sunscreen czar in Worcester, which city councilor would be most likely to volunteer to apply sunscreen to strangers?
Oh, to strangers?
Yeah,
Gary.
just stand in the park and.
Gary.
You think Gary?
Yeah.
I love you had an answer for that.
Matt was doing his rapid eye movement thing there a minute ago when Kate brought it up. So I'm.
Is copulating.
I will say, as a street medics, sunscreen is one of the things we bring to remind people to use.
Starting a conversation about
No, I'm a fan. I think that we should actually try to do this.
Community and perhaps sponsorships from people and grants and things like that, so that we can get this up and going.
Oh my God, grants.
And
There aren't that many grants in the universe. Grants are always the answer for how we're going to pay for everything.
And grants don't make it into the budget.
And grants should make it into the budget. You could grants are in our budget. You can ask for grants to be in the budget. They should be.
Would that require a charter rule? I don't even know. No.
You can just make a motion and tell them that you want grants in the budget. They put the budget together for you.
Very much
Yeah.
partner and embrace
Because-
this coming summer
yeah.
at our parks, at our Rec Worcester sites.
This is the first time the
at
city
our
manager.
golf
Well, it's the
course,
second
at
time
our
the city
other
manager's talking
locations.
tonight,
I
and he's
think
talking
it's a
about
great thing.
sunscreen.
It certainly supports our CHIP plan.
He came back just to
as well,
discuss
so
it.
we look forward to that.
I mean, I'm a fan.
Okay, I think everybody wants to sign on.
The water bottles are
Yeah,
coming
and
out
then
of the
that
mayor's
concludes us
office.
on
He
the
has
See-
a
Thank you
bunch
for
of them in the
sticking it out
closet
tonight,
in his
and,
office.
We appreciate
This
it.
is
Goes around
this
and
is
puts them
some
on every
favor?
desk.
this is something I was thinking about is because I have heard this as well
Oh, I
that
haven't heard that.
it bleaches coral
11A,
and
11B,
so
11C, 11D,
this is
15A.
I think there's particular kinds where you
Request to see manager.
can
request
use it,
to
but
work
it
with the
doesn't
city
have that
council, provide
ingredient,
council
though, right?
Yes,
report
I
on
believe,
data.
yes.
It's probably more
Also
expensive.
report concerning the various options.
Although one of the things my youth taught me about was sunscreen that is actually, sensitive to people's, skin color, and that there's different types, right? And so, which one are we going to use in our parks?
Very good question.
Chosen electoral system for the school committee. Council is going to hold that. So we're going to hold that. And so that brings us to 11D, which is the city manager, city assistant to provide city council the report.
So they are holding the municipal
veterans
report. Candy Merrill Carlson just put that
Also,
under
now the
personal hold.
items, for discussion is 12A,
There you go.
12B.
So that's the
Very
whole
bad
thing
for
of
skin
the-
and water.
Committee,
Zinc
the city
oxide.
council,
What is zinc
the city
oxide?
does hereby
The stuff
support
that
this district
lifeguards in the 80s had on their
Lifeguards
nose.
put the white stripe on their nose.
Oh, okay.
So they're not voting on school committee tonight, just so everybody's clear. Candy Merle
Taxes
Cross.
and
Oh,
sunscreen. That's all we have time for.
Candy Helder?
Yes. So
Okay.
I think Attell and two know this, but we're actually, this is another place for odd. It's Plan E that allows any individual counselor to just say, I'm putting it under personal hold. and hold it for a
Good thing you
week.
came back.
That's actually not common.
Okay, so up for debate now is 12A and 12B. That the city council of the city of Worcester is hereby support a 6-district school committee structure.
Right.
And
She
12B,
took it
that
back.
city
Okay.
council of the city of Worcester is hereby
She told them she wanted to hold it,
the
and then
election
took it back.
process includes 2 at-large
Fair enough.
members and 1 mayor. So that is, I believe, one of the options put together of these 2 items. And Council King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before I begin, I just want to publicly acknowledge the role that the mayor has played in all of this from day one, whether it was in executive session, whether it was out of executive session. I think that you really led the way on this and said all the right things in the media. It was very clear that this is the way that our city needs to move. And were it not for that leadership, I don't know that we'd be moving in this direction. That being said, I had the honor of chairing these subcommittee meetings, municipal operations and legislative affairs. And I was very proud to sit with Councilor Merrill Carlson and Councilor Kate Toomey. And one of the things that I did speak on was when I entered city councildom, I guess, as you could say, along with Councilor Carlson, we were at that time the most diverse city council that had ever served. In my second term, we again were even more diverse, the most diverse city council that ever served. In my third year, same thing. In my fourth year, as we move forward to next year, we will be even more diverse. And I really think that speaks to a lot. And without getting into all of the details that were explained by members of the public today regarding the different options, what I did want to start with was just reminding the public that this is really about making sure we have 2 minority majority districts that are able to elect the candidate of their choice. And based on the numbers, the research that's been done in the past by the Worcester Research Bureau, the city clerk's office, conversations that I've overheard from watching some of the election commission meetings, that's a reality here in the city of Worcester. And when you look at over the last 10 years, from whence comes our elected school committee members, it's very clear that in the areas that right now are majority minority, Black and Latino folks of voting age, those areas of the city have not had someone maybe more than once elected from the area they live in. And, when you also look at redistricting, that will be a challenge. And per our consent decree, that process starts with our professional and expert, Dr. Pursley, or whoever is selected, who will assist in all of that. We know that on the current school committee, there's no elected representative who lives in District 3. On the current school committee, there's none from District 4. We're approaching 300 years as a city, our birthday, and we've had 1 Latina serve the school committee in an at-large capacity, and that's Hilda Ramirez. I think she was elected in school committee elected in 2013, I believe, who served 1 term. We had in the 70s for folks from the Black community who served, we had in the 70s Betty Price. Following her, we had Shirley Wright, and then we had Dr. Greta McNeil. And I thank Bill Coleman for his documentation of that history in his Black Like Me work. So that's the reality of the world we live in. And again, we've been able to identify 3 minority majority districts in the city. And and where those lines will be drawn will be based on those populations. I just wanted to talk briefly. I heard today for the first time that a number of folks are looking at option one, which is 6 district councilors and 1 mayor. Out of committee, my colleagues and I, we first voted, as you can see, on supporting 6 districts, as that's the lowest amount where you can have 2 minority majority districts that will meet the needs of the community and the Black, Latino, Latina, Latinx population. Ensure that we're not running afoul of the Voting Rights Act of 1965. Mr. Chairman, I wanted to talk a little bit about the trade-offs between single-member districts and at-large member districts. So I did some research, and what the literature shows is that there are trade-offs. That when you look at single,
you feeling better, Bill?
They often
I've calmed down.
All right.
Representation in municipalities.
I got really excited when it sounded like they were going to hold this. I was starting to text you, and then Candy Carlson ran back in the room.
Those groups are geographically concentrated, aka minority.
So I think he said that he's hearing that there are counselors who are asking for just school committee members.
That at large.
That of course would, I'm sure, not be violating the open meeting law.
At large candidates was the most common form of local government until the 1960s and the passage of the Voting Rights Act of 1965. And the importance of at-large elections based on the literature is that it has been documented to improve gender representation on city councils by electing more female councilors. Those are the facts that I was able to discern, Mr. Chairman, and led to my motion that we adopt the 6th district, 2 at-large, 1 mayor member option. A growing number of communities in my research that I found have incorporated this sort of a mixed approach. I think it's appropriate for a city such as Worcester. I also think that we know that it's
no one handed him an article.
Trying to do the right thing here in the city of Worcester.
Yeah, but I will say that there's actually a whole body of research about this, but I really don't think that they've looked at very much.
Solicitors here. If you could just briefly explain to the public one last time, done at every meeting, the parameters under which we're operating as it relates to this consent decree, the time frames, in addition to that, our ability to vote against the home rule petition, when the lines will be drawn, etc.
Mr. Solicitor.
Through the chair to the counselor.
This is going to be the night they drove Mo Bergman down.
3 options to choose from. It's recommended one of those 3 options. Those are the parameters which the council
They blew up the Chicken Man in Worcester last night.
Once that goes in, I will bring in the petition to file a home rule petition to the legislature. That has to go to the legislature within 30 days of making a decision. And then we wait for the legislature to pass that bill, which would then effectively amend the charter. Within 30 days.
I'm biased for answering that question, so probably other people should answer if they think the selection process.
No, Tracy, you answer for everybody.
Coming out of the federal government on citizen voting age population, so
I just was impressed that there was somebody finally answering a question that I knew who they were. This is Michael Traynor, the city solicitor, by the way, for people who can't identify him. He probably has the here in city government right now.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to.
Yeah, he looks like an old-time country lawyer.
Doesn't he? It's amazing.
The city clerk, the assistant city clerk, our chief.
So just very, very briefly, the selection process for the superintendent, we have a search firm that's assisting us. There's a search committee that's been appointed by the mayor that has community representation. There's going to be a huge public input process. We'll go out nationally. The search committee will do an initial round of executive session interviews, and then the finalists will go to the full committee. So it's a fairly typical process, except it is intended to have a lot of emphasis on public input.
thoughtful about where we
That's
held
the short
these sessions. Our first one was in Greater Brook Valley. We went to
And it's going
Seaview.
swimmingly.
We went to Union Hill. We went
So far,
to,
so good.
Hell yeah.
AME Zion Church, and then we wrapped up at the youth center.
When do you think
I think what we're gonna see
Bill Shaner's
is
going to get his
we're gonna see
interview
in those districts
for that position?
majority districts,
For the first round, for
votes
the executive session ones, or for the
Yeah.
finalist interview?
resulted
Yeah, exactly.
always
I mean, we just give him the job right
chosen
now.
elected official. We're going to see increased civic engagement.
Yeah, I'm running for superintendent on the school is dumb platform.
Candidacy, and I think
Just
what,
don't go.
mentioned today. It's cheaper to
Bill's
run a district,
Bill's
less
a bumper
expensive,
sticker says "School's out forever."
and it's really going
School's
to
out
forward, and it's just-
forever.
I just wanted to be a part of this, and I just wanted to remind in closing as relates to districts.
We could build a lot of ballparks
research
if we don't have a
on
school district
districts,
anymore.
Seats and at-large seats in municipalities.
Yeah, technically, that's true.
Literature shows that
The only trick is that the
interestingly enough,
state doesn't fund the ballparks at the
the
same rate they fund the
single-member
schools.
districts
So
allow for greater representation.
Well,
state funds the school
for
2/3 of the
minority,
school budget.
Candidates in those minority majority districts, while it's found that the at-large structure really speaks to the broader diversity of the city. I think that's what we saw, in our school committee election. So folks are kind of being a little, really need to think about those elections speak to our broader diversity. But what this will do is that those minority and majority districts that are aligned and designed, they will for the first time be able to elect someone of their choice. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
It's the first time tonight that Joe Petty's worn his mask.
Mayor Petty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to thank the committee, and we already took the vote to go ahead with 3 options. We had public hearings on it. It's an important vote. In some sense, a historical vote. We already look at it and say to especially the communities of color that we're listening, that we're not always going to agree. That's fine. And people should respect each other's decisions, what their votes are. This was important, I think, to the city of Worcester in general as the communities of color grow in the city, become a majority, especially in the public schools, majority. There's no question.
Oh my God! Don't even talk to me about Dr. Charles Steinberg.
I just want to thank the chair, Council King.
Coming to you live from Polo Park, it's Dr. Charles Steinberg, remembering all those college kids to put in your paperwork to get federal student aid. What would you do without the Worcester Paw Sox reminding you to fill out those forms?
So I think that's important.
God, that was so funny. Oh my God.
So again, I appreciate it.
What
The
will
part
we do with
that's
that?
procedurally, just to sort of be a little sticky, is that so the idea is supposed to be that you have the subcommittee go do the work, right? And they come back with a recommendation. And you can decide not to take it, but the idea generally, I mean, frequently you will defer to your subcommittee because they went out and did work. You can vote it down though, and so did we just lose the live feed?
Oh,
did we just nuke City Hall? So that part of the question here is, does it matter that it's MO? Does it matter that it's King who chaired it? Does did they just put the subcommittee? I don't know how much.
I just want to make a motion to put the option 1 on the table. Is that? I'm not sure if that's how we do it, or do we?
Oh my God!
None of us have any idea, Donna. Just do
So
it.
that's interesting. So then
make a
we would be
motion.
looking for
Make a
just
motion for option 1.
I can.
I believe, Mr. Trainer, you confirm that? Yeah. I
Okay,
can't
great.
prevent.
I'm in the
Freshly struck by lightning.
Point option 1 so people know the difference.
So is that going to be a?
the sixth district.
That would have to be a vote taken before
Was
the
that,
vote.
after looking at
Or does I think the
participation,
subcommittee
written
report takes
participation,
precedent.
listening to people that spoke tonight, people that have contacted me.
I mean,
I really believe
they
that
held.
option 1.
I would say they take precedence. They did all
So
the
they
work.
so this goes into they have to vote them in order again.
The most was given
Just like with the tax
Well,
rate.
it's a motion on the subcommittee's report. Right.
Right.
Yeah,
But the
to
report of
to
the
add the
subcommittee
option.
is it
When we look at
self-emotions, effectively.
6 seats
The
for
the motion that
Worcestery,
that
we
Christian
look at
effectively
a
made
little
was,
difference
please
of the
accept
power
my
structure. So if you have 6 people voting, if you're one of 6 or one of 7, you have more say than if you're one of 8 or one of 9. So I really believe if this is the way we want to go and we want to have this representation, that I believe that the option 1, which is complete district seats, would be the best, and it would stay with the true mission of what we set out to do in this, to accomplish and to fulfill this.
I am so shocked by this.
So is this purely political, or?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I think that
We'll find
you
out soon.
said tonight and probably said it
Well,
best.
Candy will want all
This
districts.
is
She was
a
arguing for that right
historic
along.
vote for the city, and this was something that I was extremely
Oh, although she
proud
was on the
to be
subcommittee,
part
wasn't she?
of, and I think
Mhm.
that the
Yeah,
way that this was
she and
done
Toomey would be
by
shocked if
going
they
out
vote for
into
it.
the
Okay.
community and,
They voted
under the
unanimously.
leadership
That's a good
of
point.
Councilor King,
It's a bad
with
look to
making
reverse the
sure
vote
that we
Yeah.
were in each one of the districts, along with working with our city clerk's office. And yes, do we wish that there were more people there? Absolutely, because we always talk about transparency, and there was no process that was more transparent than this, with all that was done in terms of, getting the cards and who they went to, and it being on the website and into all of the different communities. And the one thing that, at least, from my perspective, and the committee voted to bring forward the 6 district seats, and I'm a firm believer in district seats because I, for one, represent a district, and I know the reason that the charter was changed was so that people could be represented. So I think that this certainly is something that will be extremely helpful in representing the folks. And I think everybody knows my district, as well as Council Rivera's district, is the 2 majority minority districts. But again, I think it's important that we talked about going out and listening to the people. One thing, was that people, yes, did they want more options? Absolutely. But I believe what we heard was the 6 districts. And so we voted that night for 6 district seats, 2 at-large seats, and the mayor. So at this point, is that option number 2?
What?
Not
What?
sure. So I just want to be clear, whatever option it is, it's 6, 2, and the mayor. So thank
You.
you, Mr. Chairman.
What just happened here?
Thank you.
She was just reiterating the
Oh, oh,
Yep.
okay. She forgot there was option 3. Basically, she voted on.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As a
Yeah,
former
they don't
school
remember
committee
what
member
number each is.
myself, and the first person to have been elected from the east side in 20 years, the previous school committee member was John Doherty. To have not
Except for
had
who the high school's name.
representation
That
from
was not on the west
any
side.
other part of the city other than the west side always seemed a little unfair to me. And running at large is a very expensive endeavor. It's difficult time wise, and it's a lot harder. And I think it's the other thing that I have to say is that our school system has changed, and we do need representation from people
Changed how, Kate?
who who look like the children that are there. And so I think that that's very, very important. So we need not only racial and ethnic diversity, we also need geographic diversity. And I think that way we have a balanced school committee that will be able to benefit the entire city. And I think that we heard an awful lot of impassioned requests, and as Councilor Carlson said, we wish that we could have considered some of those. But I will say that I also was very proud to be part of of this committee and to have had it run so well. And I give my the chair and my colleague, Council Carlson, kudos for doing this and getting out into the community and listening to people. It's incredibly important that you were transparent, especially for something this important. And I look forward to voting for the option. It's confirmed that it's option two. Thank you very much.
I thought it was option 3.
It's option 3.
It is option 3.
God.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
They're confusing people.
I just want to say kudos to Councilor King, Councilor Carlson, Councilor Toomey, AJ, Nico, Claire, and everyone who was a part of this process. You know,
Sorry, too. We lost you for a second. What'd you say?
Oh, I said option 2 was 1 at large and 1 and the mayor.
Okay.
Then that's not what he wants.
Areas in which I grew up, no one looked like me.
So, yeah, that's interesting. Why did Donna introduce an option that the committee did not recommend?
Yeah, that's why I'm so shocked. Plot twist.
You know, I am so proud and excited.
I think Sean and Sarai are going to vote for option 3. There's no question about it.
So many young people to be
Yeah.
municipal government.
I think Russell's going to follow suit too. So why is Donna willing to stand on her own on this?
Not having to raise significant monies and be a part of their neighborhoods and communities. You know, they know the smell and the taste and everything that's going on in their neighborhoods are going to get the opportunity to jump out there. And I can't say enough about how excited I am for the city. And, you know, this is an important time in our city, important time in our history. And I'm just really excited when things like this come about because it shows that we as a body are really meeting that moment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Councilor Rivera.
Yes, I definitely want to commend. I want to commend the committee for doing the work and really going out there to the community. And I really want to commend the community for really advocating and pushing for this because it really is about not just equity but racial equity. As a district counselor, I think I have to agree with what Councilor Colorio mentioned, and if that's an option, I understand the work that was done, but definitely can appreciate having the district. She said it very well when she said,
Tell, what are you thinking right now?
to do this.
Whoa.
We set out to do this.
I totally did not see that coming.
Historic and would be most beneficial in order to get, you know, the balance of the most equity. So I would definitely look to support having the 6th district school committee if that became.
How often does Rivera vote with Colorio?
You know, it's like option 2, but to go with that. And I think as Councilor Toomey said, at large, I think it just begins to peg sometimes like I know as a district counselor how complex that is between being a district counselor and being an at-large counselor. I haven't been an at-large counselor, but the understanding that regardless.
Well, I believe Worcester Interfaith folks, the organizers, wanted option 1, so maybe that's where Councilor coming from.
Okay.
I don't know where Councilor Colorio is coming from, but
Also, it is.
Can you guys, anybody give a little insight into the different reasons why the different factions are coalescing around the different options? Like, what are the merits of
to be able to really have
the different options?
Hey, we need to bring back the chart.
I know.
I'm not sure I understood from Isabel's presentation whether they stood on one or the other, but then maybe we missed that part. But if they really want option 1, then that makes sense.
Chairman,
Why?
Obviously I've made some comments on the floor.
I think they said that at-large seats dilutes like the voters and the districts, and once again their expenses of running at large.
The brass tacks of it, if you will, is that what's going to really matter is how these districts are drawn. I want to, of course, commend the committee for their hard work. I want to commend the folks in the that have, in the community that have brought the conversations around, besides the ones that were brought to the committee. But the reality is that if we're really looking for an ability for folks to be able to run
He's going to
in
vote
their
for the same
neighborhood,
thing.
and I've heard that from so many of my colleagues tonight, in their neighborhood, we need to be very careful about these maps. Obviously, we're going to draw them that they conform with the lawsuit, that they're, those two districts, at least two districts. I'm hoping that maybe there's more than two districts, but at least two districts that conform with the lawsuit. But we have to also realize that and be very careful on this whole process. Mr. Chairman, I support the committee's recommendation going with the 6 districts. I think that's better than the 7. That's for sure. I do, however, agree with, I believe, Councilor Rivera and Councilor Colorio, what I'm hearing from them is that when you add those 2 other at-large seats, you're diluting the impact that you're going to have with those district seats, especially those minority district seats. That's why my personal preference would be not to have those at-large seats. So, Mr. Chairman, I would request, or I guess I could ask the chair.
Yes, all of the options include the mayor as chair.
If it's your intent, Mr. Chairman, to take these as the committee took them as separate items, because the committee brought forward, first of all, the 11A, 11B, and 11D are just routinely adopted, I understand. 11C, did you say was being held by someone?
Yeah, that's the council. Council King held that.
Yeah, but that's not on the table this evening.
Correct.
Who's that being held by, Mr. Chairman?
Council King.
Okay, so that's not in the conversation. So the next thing is items 12A and 12B. Those were presented by the committee separately, one being for the 6 seats, I believe. I remember watching the meeting online, and then the separate vote that they took the at-large to add the 2 at-large. The mayor is a part of any equation that we've talked
So the
about.
operational difference is
So
that
is that your intent, Mr.
quorum
Chair?
is
Those
4
votes as they
versus
appear
5.
on the agenda?
I was going to take them collectively, but I think you make a good point. That,
I think that.
yeah, and I think it's that these 2 together is option 3 in the thing. It's
Yep.
option 3, yeah. And option 1 is what Ms. Colorio put together.
This might be a split vote, I
Well, I
think.
guess it comes out the same way.
Mr. Chairman, I remember this, council.
Or a series of split votes if we take them separate.
Very well. And you know what?
Yeah.
If my life depended on it, I wouldn't be able to know what option 1, 2, and 3, because even at the committee meetings they were talking about one item is option 1, and they had a.
Now, to be fair to the city clerk, he actually did put on the election page option 1, option 2, option 3. I just was checking it.
School committee district seats, and the second item would add the 2 at large.
That's interesting. They won't be talking about whether city council is going to choose to align with school committee today.
That is correct.
Yeah, that's the one that's getting held.
That's the one that got held?
Yeah, that was 11C.
And that's the one that's so important for this whole thing
Second
working.
item doesn't.
I know.
Could it be that Councilor King is hoping for it to be held
So I think
until,
you got to take those
say, after the first week of January?
Mr. Chairman,
Doesn't it only get held for like 1 week and then they have
1
to talk
week.
about it?
Yeah. Somebody else could hold it the next week.
part of the school committee.
If,
So
yeah,
you've
if they have
established
the
them
vote,
six
I think.
Elected members of the school committee in the
The
one.
same
motion.
item. Or is it the
Yes.
same person can hold it?
Second order.
The same person can hold it twice if there's a vote.
Yeah, look at Isabel. That's amazing.
Yeah, she's
That's an
on
organizer right there.
That's so true.
Mayor's automatic.
Good job, Isabel.
But that would be interesting if it was held and held. I think they actually have only 30 days after they decide this decision to choose whether it aligns, city council will align with school committee or not.
No, because I think that would automatically go to option 1.
So that brings it to the new council then.
Option 1.
Well, they have until 30 days. They could still decide before then.
Okay. Anybody? Oh, Councilor Bergman?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, obviously, we're here at the point where we're making this decision, so anything that was discussed prior, it's not really relevant for me to repeat. I will say that my recollection, not only from the from prior discussions, but from the minutes of the executive sessions, was that the complaint itself, the lawsuit itself, which brings us to this point, made mention of the fact that with respect to the school committee, the at-large positions dilute the school committee, the ability of minorities to be elected to the school committee. So quite frankly, if we're going to say that we want to make history and we want to make changes and we want to accomplish what the lawsuit says, the majority of us feel will be accomplished by this vote. I personally will vote for Council Colorio's option. I think it's truer to the complaint itself. Which
So this is
asks
going to be the
for
no
a note
votes of the original
that
thing are going to
at-large
coalesce
councils
around
dilute,
that.
the
So
value
this has
of
already been pointed out, but of
output.
course,
I also
kids all over
accept
the city
premise
are
that many of my
going to
colleagues
are
have
going to be going to school in a
that's
district other than the one that they live in,
efficient for many people, to
including
run
my own child,
at district
for what it's
level
worth.
because the costs are generally much less.
Yeah.
Our kids are super not geographic in terms of
As
that.
far as being consistent to settling that lawsuit. I mean, the majority of us have spoken about settling that lawsuit. That lawsuit talks about dilution when it comes to at-large counselors in the school committee race. So I'm certainly not going to go that route. I'm going to certainly try at this point. We have to pick one of these options and try to at least be respectful of what we're trying to accomplish.
I wonder what their reasoning transfer over to city council's things to not have at-large counselors. You know what I mean?
I do have a question though, Mr. Chairman, through to the city solicitor. Is that
Yeah.
consent decree in writing?
A
That we could have a
consent
copy
decree.
of?
Which they're both at-large counselors.
Mr. Solicitor?
Through the chair,
Yeah,
I
right.
think
You would think that might be against it, right? But
That's what I can't figure out what their angle is. The angle is here. I don't understand the play here.
Yeah, I am so shocked.
Talking about voting on a legal item that we should have a
And-
copy of it before us, and I was somewhat.
I'm just seeing online like a lot of this is anecdotal, but a lot of people with Blue Lives Matter Facebook profile pictures seeming to agree with it as well, and I just don't understand why it's coalescing around this. And
yeah.
refers to the
So here's the thing: it can be easier to get a candidate of color elected, but it's frankly easier to get anyone elected. And I think the thing that people haven't talked a lot about is that Councilor Rivera is the first councilor of color to represent D4. There actually were two white women who represented D4 for all of its history prior to that.
Look at
So
this guy.
What is this guy doing?
That is so uncomfortable. What are
Reading
you
the signs?
doing?
I think he's reading them.
That's
The option one's the
so
six.
awfully
Right. I think that you know, for those, I think that the notion here is that you come back with
And that's what the committee voted.
That's what the committee
potentially concerning candidates.
So I'm going to take the committee.
Yeah, I agree, Tracy, because one of the things I was thinking about too is that it might just be a resource battle within the district. You know what I mean? And then it becomes a class kind of fight of like,
Councilor Rosen, apologies.
although once again,
Chairman.
Merrill Carlson versus Johanna
We
Hampton
are
Dance was
making
also
history
interesting
tonight
though.
for the second time, because the first time was when we supported the consent decree and decided it was right.
And then I
It was right
don't know
and
what that ends
just
up looking
to do
like in
that.
terms of a governance model.
And
I think
well,
that
it took us that prompting.
I'm-
It was more
that's
than
really
prompting, but that prompting from the public.
what happened with the gavel again.
To make
There's
us
that I think that
do
somebody in the gallery
right
was
thing.
talking. It's not like
Oh, I wonder if
10
because
years
Isabel is holding up the signs. You're not supposed to do that.
I'm proud of that.
I can hear someone talking in the
How many
on the
people
feed.
of color
Oh, okay.
did I serve with during those 5 terms? 0. None. I mean, when you think about that, in a city like Worcester, Massachusetts, in a school system like the Worcester Public Schools, it's just not right. So we did the right thing. I'm proud of it. I spoke passionately weeks ago when we first talked about this. So you know, we've done that. We've taken that vote. As far as the structure here, I can go with either of the 6. I think most people kind of hinting that. I could go. I think the 6 district school committee members. We never had one district school committee member ever. Forget people of color, Caucasians. We've never had one who was a district school committee member. So this is going to be very, very interesting. For decades, for all these years, people have gone in and voted for the school committee, and they voted for 6 at large. That's 6 votes. Just did that in November. Now they'll be going in and they'll be voting for no at large. So 1 candidate, maybe from 6 I used to vote for, I'm down to 1.
What are you talking?
Big difference. And the other one we're talking about would be maybe 3.
Oh, okay.
You can vote for my district, of course, and 2 at large. So that's what we're talking. So that's a big change. But
okay, that's a decent point. How many school committee members do you
there's
actually
so
get to
many
vote
more
for?
candidates. I
How
envision
many
this in 2 years.
represent you,
There's
so to
so
speak?
many more candidates for school committee. That's a good thing, to have many more candidates to choose from. Why do I say that? Because someone running for school committee is running in 1/6 of the city. 6 districts, 1/6 of the city. I mean, it's not easy. Putting your name on the ballot isn't easy. That's the first step, getting your signatures, but it's not easy. But it is a lot easier campaign to run in 1/6 of the city than the present entire city, which we've had forever. So I like the idea that we'll get more candidates. I'd be shocked if we don't get 20 candidates for school committee, and I guess have a preliminary. I don't know. No, preliminary would be in the districts. We wouldn't have it the same thing. So it will be a lot different. But there will be many more candidates if we add up all 6 districts. So that's a good thing. I don't see any negatives to this except one little one that we never talk about, but I think about it because I've been a district counselor and an at-large counselor, and I've done my 10 years in the school committee. I favor this 100%, but I still always think, when I was a district counselor, I'm an at-large counselor now, when I was a district counselor, what mattered to me was the entire city, but especially District 5.
Yep, it's going to be a governance issue.
District 5 meant so much to me. Hey, those are the people who voted for me, put me in office, put me in this seat. So
You get to get phone calls from me on a regular basis?
yeah, I was concerned with 1, 2,
Must have
3,
been awesome.
I think Attell's really looking forward to that, Brendan.
even as a Catholic council. But District 5, I went to the Crime Watch meetings, the neighborhood meetings. Okay, my constituents were from District 5. I didn't get as many from other districts because there's other councilors representing those districts. But District 5 meant a lot to me. So if I'm on the school committee in the future,
Oh, please no.
for the past
You did that before.
in the school committee,
I was just doing the math in my head. So if he did 10 years in the school committee and he came on the city council in 86, he's been in that room as long as I've been alive. And I don't want to date myself, but I'm not young.
folks on the future school committee, let's say we have 6 districts, they're going to be representing their district, but shouldn't they be representing all the kids? And someone would say, they will. I hope so. I hope that's what happens. If I'm in West Tatnick, yeah, West Tatnick School is important to me. My alma mater, Tatnick School, that's important to me. But isn't Grafton Street School important? Norbeck, they all have to be important. It's a little different here. In beautiful District 5, when I represent the district, you know, we're dealing with sores, we're dealing with roads and streets and sidewalks, we're dealing with parks and playgrounds. We're dealing with so many things, not so much children. When you're dealing with the kids in the Worcester public,
We don't allow children in
I
District
just
5.
hope, whether you're at large school committee or
They're straight up.
especially district, that you think of all those kids. The kids in Grafton Street are just as important, okay, as the kids in West Tatnick. So you have to realize that. And I just hope that they do.
Tracy, I mean, for you, like when you hear him saying that, from your perspective, is there value as a school committee member, like having from a community perspective, a narrow focus on, say, a district, but being able to bring like the big picture stuff to the conversation as a deliberative body?
You know, are unnecessary. But just in case, I hope
I think
everyone
if
elected to the school committee does.
2 things.
You know
If
what,
it aligns with how our kids actually go to school, which we know it's not going to. And then if you had people, because this has been my experience with district school committees that I've worked with, if you have people who legitimately actually try to strike that balance that
Thank
Gary's
you.
talking about,
I think all of this
and don't just like divide the capital
bodes
budget
well for
into
unanimity.
5 or
Believe it
6 or
not.
whatever.
moving
don't,
forward.
but actually
Part of that's
do
purpose
things
of
according
consent
to the
decree,
actual needs of the
and
district.
part of
Because I
that
think the thing that they're not
is
remembering
based
is
on the
that you may
spirit
have
that I'm hearing
2
from all of
members
my
who
colleagues
represent those
tonight. I
minority
want to
districts,
say
but that means that you have 6 that represent the rest of
that
the
the
city.
plaintiffs
And if this,
and the
turns
plaintiff
into
plead
a fight
individual
over, like a fight over resources
the
rather than
group
an
that
allocation
came
based on
forward,
need, then,
without
those
that litigation,
districts might be represented, but they're not going to win.
the city doesn't necessarily move this fast in this
The
way.
thing that
I think
I
we are all partners in this.
am chewing
all
on
partners
and have been chewing on
in
for a couple
interest,
weeks is how this all just generally seems like a bad
as I
idea.
indicated earlier,
And I don't know how
the
to
literature is
articulate
very
that
clear.
well. You know what I mean? I don't
Well,
know.
I haven't said anything because the last thing I would want to do is give anyone the impression that I don't support sort of equitable
structures
representation, because that's
for
absolutely not the
elected
case. But
officials
I am
Same.
concerned that
for
they're
minority and majority
that the
populations.
answers they're considering
And I
are
want
not
to
actually
reiterate
going to lead to
what
the
we
results
saw and what we're
intended.
talking about is two
Yes.
distinctly different
Yeah.
parts of the same animal, of the same
And
structure.
and I
And that
I mean,
is, we heard
not to
some
keep beating
arguments
the
against
sort of we should be Cambridge drum, but
moving forward
they ruled that one
with
off the
this
table really, really fast. And
consent
to me,
decree,
that was
moving
the one
forward with
that would potentially
district school
balance
committee.
all of the concerns.
And some of the commentary
And they
was
ruled that off the table
diverse.
before it ever became public
This
that that was an
election.
option.
We had our
Yes.
first black male ever elected to the.
And
So-
that's kind of insider information
on the
because
website.
there's no
We had our
there's no
first
notes that are public.
Arguably, my
Born
leaking to you what happened in executive
school
session,
committee member
although I think
elected,
saying that now doesn't
to the school
make
committee.
any
Yeah, well, I'm just saying is that was never an
That
was
option
never a
presented
public
to the
option.
public.
was the highest
It was
And that
never
was
an
particularly-
option presented to the public, and it's kind of
on this side
obviously
first.
the best option.
Right.
You don't have to answer that. In my opinion, it's the best option.
We saw our
I agree
first
with you.
person born
Sorry,
from
Bill.
Yeah.
Can you
Albania.
go
Saw
through
our
that again?
first
What you
Southeast
in your mind the
Asian
best
state
option is? Sorry, I'm
remains,
just trying to wrap my head around all this.
Yeah.
non-binary.
So an option that the city council quickly ruled out,
We've
but
seen
would satisfy the violations of the Voting
diversity
Rights Act
here in
alleged by the
cities.
lawsuit is a system called single transferable
you know,
vote.
and that was an argument.
And
I mentioned earlier, folks, had
it's
was
not quite ranked choice voting,
some of the
but
conversations we've had in
it's
committee, which is why I think we
pretty
came to
much
the
ranked choice
conclusion
voting,
was
in that you
not just
identify like
simply
the one person that you really want to be on the school committee, and then you give other priorities
it's
of
also
people,
about
and then that your vote
elected
carries
representative
from
government
first
in
priority
terms
to
of
first
making
priority to
decisions,
first
in
priority,
terms of
given on
democratic
how they perform
vote.
overall.
So
So
we know
it takes into
that in
consideration
minority districts, you don't
coalitions
always end up with
a lot
diverse
more
candidate. We've seen
effectively
it out
than
in the east
something
side of
that's
Massachusetts and in
geographically
other
based.
places where that has not happened. But as Council Rose
I
mentioned
mean,
earlier,
honestly, from a governance
there will
perspective,
be
made the most
someone
sense to
from
me of sort
those
of like,
minority and
how do
majority
you make sure
districts
that Worcester
that are
Tech is
elected
represented?
based
How do
on
you
the
make sure
votes
that
of the people
the
that
kids
live
who go to Goddard
and there will be
Scholars or
family
to
members
Burncoat
of the youth
Magnet
that
get
live there,
represented?
and perhaps co-workers
How do
and
you
all
make
of
sure
that.
somebody actually
And
argues
that's
about
what this
Canterbury
is
Street School, which I
really
never
about.
hear about?
And when you look at, once again, the at-large system.
You have about 1 minute.
No,
the
well, yes,
literature
of course it
in
doesn't,
indicates,
but neither does
that speaks to
district-based system or an at-large system.
feel
Right.
of the broader diversity of the city, which is
But
what we saw in this election.
it allows for more flexibility while
oversight
still being in
of
compliance
at-large
with the Voting Rights Act.
elected officials.
And one of the I think are the things that I've seen from
is
how it works in
extremely
Cambridge is it ends up
and I think
the election ends up working differently because people are not necessarily they're not so much because if you're not going to get somebody's first vote, you want to get their second or third vote. So you're not necessarally running against people in the same way. You end up with sort of coalitions being built over the course of the campaign of who we're recommending that you vote for people in this order or those sorts of things.
Right.
Which I think
member of that
can potentially lead to a better question around governance.
And if that needs a subsequent motion, that would be the motion.
So I don't disagree with anything that y'all are saying, but I think one of the things that folks have brought up is just the expenses of running at large. And so how would that kind of, I don't know, impact that? Where district is like you kind of get to know your district, do that kind of targeting, and then at large.
Right, it is more manageable.
We definitely take the vote here, and I can appreciate all the work that's been done in council and committee, but it boils down to that if it wasn't for this lawsuit and it wasn't for community clamoring and advocating, we wouldn't be where we are today. So I really appreciate what we're doing here, but I really want to acknowledge that regardless of
And it's interesting why that was why single transfer was rolled out so quickly.
to my understanding, a lot of what's been talked about kind of
If you want to leak anything else.
No, I mean honestly, the arguments I heard. I mean, I know people have heard arguments around cost. I also I think the ranked choice voting ballot initiative going down was
and that goes back to kind of the very beginning
considered
of what
illustrative.
we're talking about. And
Gotcha.
so
Okay.
having this conversation with community, that seems to be the most, the most that's being talked about and the most preferred. And because of that, and the reason for that is because it goes back to why we started this, why this was started from the beginning. So, that's why I'm pulling forth the support, because I sit in this seat, but it's really about the people. And I'm just, I'm not the voice of the people. I'm making sure that, that those voices are heard. And so being that that's what I'm hearing, that's what I want to be supporting today.
Thank you. I'm just going to see.
And of course, the thing that's interesting about sort of the comments by many is honestly sort of the comment that I remember from one of our debates that Jermaine said, which was, okay, you're making these arguments, but you've been there for 10 years and what have you done? So if this was a good idea now, charter change always is up to the council.
I just again want to thank the community, the hard work that the subcommittee did, as I mentioned earlier, but I am going to support option 3 here because I think it's important. I think it was to have a good balance. So the 6th district with the at-large, I think, is a good balance. It allows people to give different perspectives of the meeting.
Wait, so if I'm counting votes, Patty's just for 3.
Support option 3, and that's why I'm going
Yeah.
And he joins the subcommittee. Sarai and Donna 1.
And Bergman.
Right.
And Bergman is for 1.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I just want to be crystal clear, and I know it's your intent to take these collectively, and that's your prerogative as the chair. Yeah. But I just want to be crystal clear that if I'm voting against these items, if you're going to take them collectively.
Oh, so he's going to force them to.
I changed my mind on this.
Interesting.
I was one of those 8 votes to put this vote forward.
Why would they take them collectively?
He's going to force them to effectively support the recommendation of the subcommittee or not.
In favor of this moving forward, I would prefer, because when I look at the geography.
You know what they're forgetting? They're forgetting that a 2/3 vote could overrule the chair.
And I look at
one of them can make a motion to overrule that ruling of the chair. Now, I don't know if they have 2/3 vote to actually overrule that ruling of the chair, but they could procedurally.
Would tend to.
Do they know that?
I'm not sure how many of them actually know Robert's Rules of Order that well.
Quick, somebody text somebody.
Now, a couple of them serve with Brian O'Connell, which means that they should.
All
But
of us to unanimously go on record to finally put this to bed, and to say that what we've decided as a group, that we're putting it forward, and we're all on board with whatever the group decision is. I can count, Mr. Chairman, but I want to be crystal clear. Thank you.
Council Rose?
Sorry, I'll be super quick. I'm in favor of option 3, but it's purely logistical. We as district councilors represent 40,000 some odd people. And for me, just if we were considering these 40,000 people being one of our 351 towns in Massachusetts.
Sean looks like he has an Abe Lincoln beard right now.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Look.
Spreading that out, having the 6, the 2 at
You should send him an email, Brian.
No, he gave me a cell phone number. I'm just going to call him right now.
Okay. So to be clear here, so we're going to take the committee, as Solicitor went over, we have 3 options on 15A that was in the report. So the committee has recommended option 3, which is a combination, which is the 6th district, 2 at large plus the mayor.
Okay.
Option 1 is only 6 districts. So you have an opportunity. If that one fails, we'll go to the 6th district.
I mean, that's the
motion was put.
That's the rub always when it comes to city council.
So, first vote would be on a roll call. is to
Or
take option 3,
representatives in this
which is
city.
a hybrid of the street. So everybody
What is
understands.
the
A
Option 3
likelihood-
roll call coming up.
Single-member district
What's the
seats,
likelihood
two
that
at-large seats,
whatever they decide
and
tonight
100%
satisfies the
and
courts?
should be comprised of 6
It will.
I
That
don't
all
know.
three of
I
them.
member
They all three completely do.
seats,
Okay.
including 2 majority-minority districts based
Okay.
on the citizen voting age population of the Hispanic, Latino, and Black residents, and 2 at-large seats, and the mayor as chair. Okay, so roll call.
Council Bergman,
No.
Council Calorio,
No.
Council King,
Yes.
Council Merrill Carlson,
Yes.
Council Rivera, Council Rose,
Yes.
Council Rosen,
Yes.
Council Russell,
No.
Council Toomey,
Yes.
Council Wally,
Yes.
and Mayor Petty.
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, the motion passes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
7-3.
On record, 4 noes.
Okay,
7-4, yeah.
To 4. So Council Russell's motion is that we take a unanimous vote, if you'd like, and
Wait, what?
They're going to effectively save face by then
So
revoting it
so
since it has
Council
passed.
Russell's asked
To say
sometimes in
that,
politics,
yes,
well,
we all
sometimes in
actually
council meetings,
support the notion of
people
solving
think
the
those are
lawsuit,
appoint the city
even if we
manager,
don't like
sometimes
the
that's
solution.
like a 9-2 vote, because but at the end of the day, they want to make sure the community knows we're all together on this. And,
But the community knows you're not all together on it because you just voted 7-4. The fuck?
And both of them better be in the minutes.
I understand but procedurally, I don't think that's correct, but you can do it either way. I'll vote.
What's
either
his,
way.
yeah, okay, that's his motion, so.
Well, I
let's
don't know
go
what that
for it.
motion means. It's not a reconsideration. We just took a vote.
It's done by the time. But by the way, a lot of times this is done for
I think the reconsideration
appointments
and then the vote
of
means more,
executives,
but
like
again, I'll leave
superintendents,
it up to you.
so forth.
Okay, maybe we'll
What just happened? I don't understand.
Mo's not excited about this.
No.
the clerk maybe says we do the reconsideration first, then do unanimous vote. So it should.
What?
So are they gonna
Why
vote in
bother?
favor- So are they going to vote in favor of reconsideration then? Because otherwise they can't vote it again.
Yes.
Council Calorio,
Yes.
Council King,
Oh, all right. They are going to vote in favor of reconsideration.
No.
I'm confused.
I'm confused.
We're all confused.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I missed this.
Let's listen to this for a second. Hold on.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
wanna
yeah,
hear
yeah.
it.
Correct. Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Chairman, if I can provide some clarification, I think the purpose of this reconsideration is so everybody can vote on the council unanimously. But in order to do that, you have to reconsider so that I can do another roll call. And then once everybody votes yes, then that's the final record. Is everybody clear on that?
Okay, so we're gonna say reconsideration, yes is the point, then we vote unanimously. I get you. Okay, I misunderstood that. Okay.
No, reconsidering yes would open it back up.
Right, which they want to do because
They
want
have to open it back up. Yeah.
Council Rivera,
Yeah.
Council Rose,
This is again. This is
Yes.
Council Russell,
this is
They want
all
to
it
do
is.
bill, though.
Council Wally,
Yes.
and Mayor Petty.
Yes.
So, Mr. Mayor, on option 3, now it's back on the table, which is the 6 district councils, 2 at
Kid.
large, and the mayor as chair of
Kid.
the school committee.
What is
On a
this?
roll call, Council Bergman.
Yes.
Council Calorio.
This is political
Council
theater
King.
for
Council Merrill
the
Carlson.
28 people that are
Rivera.
involved in this stream and Bill
Council
Coleman.
Rose.
That's
Yes.
it.
Council
But this
Rosen.
means that you had the
Probably
unusual
yes.
experience of
Council
seeing
Russell?
reconsideration
Yes.
pass because
Council
usually
Toomey?
reconsideration fails,
Council Wally.
Yes.
as you noted
Mayor Petty.
earlier by
Yes.
design.
Mr. Mayor, would you like to reconsider this so the water department can start on it?
Okay,
No, you probably should reconsider.
Right, and now they're going to
Yeah,
reconsider so that it
reconsideration.
can't be filed for reconsideration.
Sure.
How you vote?
She just said, "How do you vote?"
Council Bergman.
Good.
Council Calorio.
No.
Council King.
No.
Council Merrill Carlson. Council Rivera. Council Rose.
No.
Council Rosen.
No.
Council Russell.
No.
Council Toomey.
No.
Council Wally.
No.
And Mayor Petty.
No. Okay.
What the heck?
So to go back, we are gonna, I guess, the committee report.
There you go. So we have a.
Holding 11C.
What are you doing, Bill?
15A, we can file those items. Those in favor of postal ordered.
15A.
11D.
That was so stupid.
Mr. Mayor, did we go over my 2 items, 13C and 13D?
We didn't do 13B.
I haven't gone down there yet.
Oh,
Oh, 15A was after, 15A was part of the vote, that's why.
Oh, was part of the vote. I'm sorry.
And and 11C was held. 11D, which is
Well, this
request
meeting
manager
exists as a plug for crafty kombucha,
by
obviously.
council report
Yes,
exploring,
which you absolutely
comparable
should
ways to
support.
recognize
We
veterans and
love our
non-qualified
crafty kombucha. It
veteran
helps us
memorials.
get through
All
these
in
meetings
favor,
every
opposed,
week.
so ordered. We are now at orders. We did a 12A. We are on 12B.
Make sure to
Request council recognize Angelo
stock up
Rose
on
of
crafty
South
kombucha.
High Community
Maybe
School, who has
donate some to a
several
Talon too,
state
so they can get
records,
through the
including
meetings
rushing
next
in a
year as
season in a
well.
single game. Council
I
King.
definitely am like, I need a lot of
Yeah,
snacks for that.
I think it's really important that we
Yep.
recognize kids that go above and beyond.
Be
and this
sure to
young
stock
man
up on
certainly
crafty
did,
kombucha for the
something
coming end
to,
times and age of
to
scarcity.
beat a local record in your school or in your city or in your district, but he beat several state records. And I think it's worth recognizing that young man. Thank you.
Okay, what are we on now?
Council
We're
Wally.
on
Council Rose is
item
signing on.
Thank you,
Council
Mr.
Rose
Mayor. I
is
just
signing
want
on.
to sign on. I appreciate your,
13B, which is recognizing
his dad is the coach.
Angelo
His
the
dad has done
Rose
a
of
lot
South
for
High for
spirit,
setting
as
state
many
records.
coaches do throughout
Oh,
the
I
city.
remember this.
The women's soccer team had a great year under the leadership of Emma Moriarty. Going into the basketball season, Diego McLean, the girls basketball coach, and I think Pat Williams is still the
Oh,
boys
that's a
basketball
good
coach. And we talk about
hide
school
snacks
pride and
inside the
athletics.
face
We
mask.
do a lot for school pride, and I would like to add with the new
This is
South
a good.
High
I like this
and the new
fact.
upcoming Doherty,
That's a good fact.
Yeah.
too, and I think hopefully what it does is it attracts
The most economical
athletes and
candidate.
academics and
3
artists
cents
and
per vote.
musicians who otherwise might go to a private school. Or
We should
family
put Bill
night
in charge of setting the
I
tax
think there
rate.
is a correlation
He knows what's
between
up.
the school and a strong athletic team.
I would love that. Bill Coleman for benevolent dictator of Worcester.
This is why I'm
Who
a big fan
cares?
of
Dictator.
sortition. I think sortition is the future of Worcester elections.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to Councilor Toomey for this. I know
So basically, option 3 got passed, and we're now voting on what city council's going to do.
approaches teen and family.
Okay.
They're,
I think
they're
I need to
voting on
vote.
football first.
Well, no, what city council is going to do is getting held because
Right,
Christian
tonight.
King held it. So
Yeah,
that we'll
tonight,
talk
right.
about that next
They'll have
week.
its own
Next Tuesday. Yeah.
Perhaps that's something we should do a little bit more. I know that their soccer team had a great
Yeah,
year.
but
as-
way
I
more
can't believe
fried
that.
pickles.
So many more fried
field hockey
pickles.
team had a great year. I'm not sure. I
I'd
didn't
be
know
interested to know what
John.
Isabel's reaction was in the audience.
I really like the idea of us doing this
She,
more regularly.
I mean, she would
but I know
packed
that,
up her slides and
close-knit
took
family,
off. So
Councilor Waller hit it on the head. I
Sue,
mean,
what is your favorite
investment
appetizer at the Boynton?
for the city manager and the school committee, council.
I mean, I always like fried calamari, but
Okay.
Good choice.
Facilities,
yeah,
and a level of education.
Good choice.
Where our parents and our loved ones and our families want to stay and play and learn and grow. Really bodes well in
All right, that was
achieving
really so annoying.
other successes is something
That
we
was
talk
my
about.
comment.
every
How do
year.
you change a 7-4 vote on something to unanimous just so it looks good
We can do this for
for
our
who? Who does
Well,
it look
the
good
thing
for?
that's particularly funny is that, I mean, Steve Boskin, who's going to write the article, has by a
know.
7-4 vote, city
know,
council
but,
decides on 6 district seats plus 2
tap
at
on the
large.
back from both
Like, that's his
parents
original
welcome
tweet.
goes a
The
long way.
reconsideration for an 11 unanimous vote. Some councilors wanted straight 6 plus the mayor. So that's going to be the, the paper of record, so to speak.
For holidays.
Plus, I assume Bill's going to give us some.
Well, yeah, but I'm not the paper of record. And is he like legally obligated now to report that they voted 11? Like he can explain.
Yeah, he'll put both in.
Needed to fully staff those.
And I mean, as we've put it out earlier, right? The minutes are the record, and all of those individual votes will be in the minutes.
Yeah, as long as it satisfies the lawsuit, I don't believe in the eyes of the law it matters.
Thank you.
Right. There.
Um,
This is intended to
Basically,
save face.
as written, but if we can get that sooner, I know this item has been put forth a couple of times, and it would be really good to, through the chair to the city manager, if we could get maybe some more hardcore numbers on this.
Okay.
Thank you.
I don't want to hear Donna Gloria say hardcore.
I think that was
what are they just talking about?
Staffing the police
to the
department.
administration regarding what is the process for this. Our population has been rising. We do
'Cause they were at
identify
13 seats.
class size on an annual or regular basis intermittently. We've had, as mentioned, similar items on before. What is the process, and where are we at?
Mr. Manager?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, typically, as we put the budget together annually, we review the requests from the departments, what they think they need for resources, and then try to make judgments based on what we can afford, what we're going to be raising in taxes, which you all did tonight, and what all of the competing priorities are, and try to put together a balanced approach to the many needs. Because when you talk about the population rising, inspectional services, public health, the library, across the board, there's so many areas. So again, we're trying to balance all those. We've made a significant investment with the council's vote last week in increasing the fire department.
Yeah, Christian's always good for a city council fit, at least once a week.
So
Is this question relevant? Is this related to Donna's item 13C on the staffing of the police department?
I think that it may actually be that Ed is attempting to nudge her into the, if we're going to talk about actually serving the city, then we may need to talk about departments other than the police department.
Okay.
Yeah, when I read that item, I said the same thing. I'm like, what about the public health department? What about
And he
like,
said instructional services. So
yeah, like why are you advocating for? And also that's
Well, yeah, I mean, my initial thought was the police department is the one agency in the city that you would assume is dictated by crime rates, not population growth. I mean, if we're really that focused on population growth, then like the council should be adjusting on its size on a regular basis based on ebbs and flows. Every other department Ed mentioned, yeah, you probably would want to make adjustments with an extra 25,000 people, but if you just sold us on, this shot spotter program that's supposed to be really great at data and analytics, then I don't know, we should probably have all the tools we need to look at the size of the police department, and that should be shrinking because crime rates are decreasing.
In time, we're ready to make budgetary decisions.
Could be the one department that defunds itself.
Well, this is part of that argument we were having before, right? Which is maybe the city council should have a subcommittee that focuses on data.
So we'll send that to the manager.
and to form a new subcommittee, I don't believe it's up to the mayor, I believe. Like they just formed the urban technology and innovation and it didn't go through any special.
Thank you. I know
Like-
we put out a press release recently about some of
It
the
does need a vote.
things that we were
I'm
gonna
sure it
do,
probably
but
needs a vote.
We
Yeah.
have a more a more intense sort of update on what we're looking at, what weekend we're looking at, what week we're looking at, what the activity is going to entail, or more of a just because people are asking now, and I know it's going to be in June.
This is the
and it would be
300th anniversary.
Thought to look forward to some of the activities.
The third centennial.
Is that how you say that?
Mr. Chairman,
Tercentennial, I think so.
He and I convened a committee of
I haven't ventured to say it aloud yet.
community
Mhm.
leaders who've been working very
The
diligently.
turtle centennial, huh?
I think it's going to be a very exciting celebration of Worcester's tercentennial. that
Okay,
we'll
there we
be
go.
doing
Thanks, Ed.
this year.
He really delivers excitement.
Yeah.
Like no other.
They purposefully asked to kind of roll this out as they line up sponsors and announce some of these things early into next year. So that will be coming, and I want to honor the request of the committee to kind of roll this out. And the first teaser was, as you mentioned,
This tercentennial.
Oh, see, that's super clever. Why didn't they think of that? Although I think you just gave us our hashtag, right?
Yeah, yeah.
That are going to allow everyone in the community
Well
to
done, well
participate,
done.
and be involved, and really, mark a very significant milestone, a 300th anniversary as a city. So, certainly more to come early in 2022.
300 years of not being overrun by luster.
We still want Auburn back, though. That
Mhm.
southern line is just wrong.
14A, Transfer Information Communication, analyzing proposed options. Oh, we already did. School committee members on the 6th or 7th district, so we can file that. All those in favor, opposed, so supported. 15A, we filed. 15B, for the municipal MO committee.
This meeting feels like it's been
motions to accept.
tercentennial.
All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. 16A, There's a motion to adopt on a roll call. Roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Calorio?
Yes.
Council King? Council Mayor Carlson?
Yes.
Council Rivera?
Yes.
Council Rose?
Yes.
Council Rosa?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
Council Wally?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes.
I
16.
feel like the city gone done fucked up a little bit tonight with the school committee thing in like a way that's kind of like bigger than can be processed right now.
Tabled items that we just can file, pick up filed ones
Oh, Bill, you're going over the edge again?
next week.
Yeah.
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 One suspension.
Like, you know, we just elected like the most progressive
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
city council that,
I
school committee
But I do think this is a
that
timely.
seen in a good long while.
Can't wait till next week. I don't know if my colleagues have
And,
inquiries,
you know,
complaints, or a combination of both, but
being Cherry a comeback, baby. Being Cherry a comeback, baby. Let's go. That is absolutely, throw that comment up. Being Cherry a comeback. That is 100% going to happen with this.
I mean, I think one of the things we have to think about is changing the rules and not just the players. And I mean, I hope that this kind of would allow for that. Not totally sure, but I do really wonder if they're going to align city council with school committee, which might actually do some long-term.
So in other words, they were the first series.
Yeah, that's something I'm not. I agree with you that the
Weather permitting.
that's
The weather has
like
been
a good way to think about it. I'm not so sure that's going to be the outcome.
Maybe other people
Yes.
are getting those.
I mean,
kind
it's
of getting
little-
thrown down a spiral here, thinking at how actually
streets
bad
are
this
gonna
could be.
Going to be revisited, and
Because like the being Cherry a comeback is like
schedule of streets that
so
were cleaned
possible
early on in the
if
game.
she's running in like a Shrewsbury
a
Street
lot of mystery or
style
I'm not suggesting in any nefarious
district.
way. It's just people want to know.
She's
is that
absolutely
what
getting
we
reelected
back
to the
out or
school
not?
committee.
And I don't know what to tell them.
Uh,
I don't expect necessarily an answer today. But
Yeah, that's why it's, oftentimes we say the whole system, right?
and she is the worst.
Posted anywhere.
And
all may
yeah, I
change
don't know.
with snow,
Yeah,
but
I don't know. I'm gonna sit on my thoughts for a while.
Tell people, and I think it's somewhat unfair to have people put leaves in the street if they're not going to get picked up. Conversely, if they're going to get picked up, I think it's good for people. Thank you.
Okay, so with that, Council Rose under suspension.
Oh, and by the way, they're not supposed to do this. This is a violation of the
quick
open meeting
items.
law.
What's this?
For years, including
Taking
this
items
year,
under suspension.
occurred
This
during
was not a
tax
posted
rate
item.
cut.
Yeah, right.
Folks in Worcester know
Uh,
they really believe, and they make a
So-
really strong case at times.
Somebody go arrest them.
Assessments are too high, inaccurate, and unfair. So just ask the manager maybe to look into the assessments of waterfront property in the city of Worcester. And just
So
make
what if
sure
you
we
were
follow
you have
by the
waterfront
rules.
property and you wanted to talk about that and like convince them that he shouldn't be looking at that?
You can't
You
have the,
didn't
yeah.
have a chance to talk about that. That's not okay.
In this chamber, 5:30, the Public Service and Transportation Committee. will
Now, on the other
hold a
hand, standing up and saying,
hearing
"Can I just mention, Mr. Chair, before we recess, that we're having a meeting on X,"
spectrum,
that's a
charter,
fine use of the
TV, and internet
time.
service
But
contract.
Right, right.
Folks can tune in, or they can come down. We had a huge crowd weeks ago, and I assume we'll have another huge
and
crowd.
so while we're talking about sort of
All
worst
the
case scenarios,
government
let me also just
representative
offer another one for school
charter
committee. We're going to hire a new
attend.
superintendent who presumably is going to be supported by at least a majority, if not all, of the incoming school committee. If we then immediately follow that with an
Everyone in the
election
audience
that's
was
incredibly
angry, Mr.
disruptive,
Everyone
that
was-
doesn't necessarily
everyone
bode well
at
for
home
whoever's
was
going on.
angry.
So
But they've
there's
heard
my
it.
fear. I'll just
And
put it
they're
out there
gonna
in
hear it
public.
again. So Monday we'll be.
Yeah.
here. We can get charter representative to come down because they're negotiating a new contract with the city of Worcester. They can't stay home.
Yeah, let's
Here
not
they
tell
go.
the candidates about the mess that we're going through right now. We don't want somebody to not take the job.
I call it cable because it's internet
Just hide it
service.
from them.
But internet
Doing
is-
more complaints on internet.
I don't want people to think that we have any, we
Yeah.
don't have any. Internet service is not part of the contract that we have.
Yeah.
with Charter. I just don't
That
want
was the big
people to-
complaint.
Yeah. Oh, it was the internet service? Is that right?
Oh, yeah. You know, they do want the city, as Council Wally knows, to get working on our broadband. We probably, if I can ask, I don't know, we've had reports before, maybe an update soon on just where we stand with broadband, because that was the big question. Yeah, there were plenty of complaints about the television service, TV service, but that kept coming up again and again and again. Thank you, Mr. Jim.
Thank you. Okay, so the report back. Those in favor, opposed, so ordered. So we are on motion to adjourn. All those
Yes.
in favor? Opposed, so ordered.
Let's adjourn.
We did it.
All right.
Wow.
Woohoo!
Look at him. Order me a bucket. There we go. Well, that was the city council meeting tonight. Does anybody have any
Democracy.
In action. Right there in front of you.
Yeah.
7 to 4 is the key word. That's the headline. 7 to 4.
Oh, they're going to write something
Yeah.
about the tax classification too.
253 and 7 to 4. Those are the key numbers to remember.
Gosh, I just wish we talked about revenue in the city.
Yeah, right?
So, to Natel, you just watched Bill go on Suicide Watch. How much are you looking forward to the next 2 years of your lives?
Yeah.
As a
We're going to drink
literature
kombucha.
nerd,
It's gonna be great.
yeah, as a literature nerd, I'm excited to turn this into amazing stories.
I'm genuinely
Hell
interested
yeah,
though. Like,
that's cool.
how do you two see like room for change in that body? And I don't just mean like conversation style and whatnot, but like clearly there's stuff that needs to change. I think most of us in the city would acknowledge that we're idiots and we can't come up with any solutions, but you actually have the opportunity now. So it's like, I mean, how does this stuff get fixed? That's a big question. I don't expect like an actual answer. Like it's not like 42, but like I mean, there's got to be something that can be done that can actually start moving the ball towards some sense of like a logical, ethical form of government.
Well, I think one of the things I think about and once again ran on is, political imagination shift of Worcester, which I think includes community-led solutions. We have to really propose these things. We have to look at different models throughout the nation. We have to use what we imagine and really bring that as a possibility. Because if not, we keep getting the same two options, right?
Sure.
So one of the things I want to see is really getting to the concrete vision of what is possible so that people, average folks, who could see this vision and start asking deeply, why aren't we doing that? Why aren't we doing it exactly like, different cities throughout the nation? And that, I think, puts the pressure on city council to actually use the budget as a moral document versus, once again, as y'all say, political theater of two options that pit, folks who are kind of the same into, different opposing fields.
Yeah. I mean, I like we've been watching this kind of conversations happen in a long time, right? Whether we're talking about Black Lives Matter, where we're talking about racial equity. And I think that we have an opportunity now that we've gotten a lot more people excited in the political process to bring them into the fold. Like I agree with you. I think how you bring change is that I don't believe, and I'm not going to talk for you two, but I don't believe that we're, like somebody was asking, are you the leaders of the movement? I mean, we're not. We're hoping that community members come to us and tell us and give us cues and give us guidance on what are the things that they see fundamentally wrong with governance. That's number one for me. Number two is very rarely in major decisions, at least that I have seen, whether it's the ballpark, whether it's the backwards way that we do the budget and the tax rate, whether it's like somebody mentioned today, the only time that you hear folks talk about renters and the plight of homelessness, or it's either in the context of it being a crime, in the context of the tax rate, in the context of hurting one set of the population. It's never in the how are we guiding decision making for the next 5 to 10 years with, not in the context of something negative. So in order for that to happen, we have to ask questions. I have very rarely seen counselors that ask the tough questions on the floor. I also think that we need to challenge ourselves on how we view our relationship with the city manager. I know that's a bigger conversation. I don't think that either two or I are coming in there with we're gonna, be flamethrowers, because I don't believe that's how we approached our campaigns either. But I do believe that there's got to be a way that we can have the freedom to question things, to offer different solutions, and to be okay with disagreeing with people. And I think that I believe that if we keep asking questions, we shift the narrative. There's no reason why we should be spending so much time and energy on the tax rate when, like Bill said, we spend so little time talking about how we can actually impact people's lives, whether they're small businesses or homeowners or renters, in tangible ways outside of the binary of tax rate.
Yeah, and I also agree with shifting the conversation, to talk about things holistically and how they impact each other. Kind of like what we did today earlier. I feel like, sometimes we have like narrow, usage of when we pull out the card and pull out that card, but how do we holistically think about housing and how that impacts, our job creation and gentrification? Like, those are all tied together, and so often we use it as a reason in different times when it makes sense or when it's helpful to our argument and justification of our vote. But how do we actually think about that? And then also, I think in terms of solidarity, one of the things I heard during the redistricting of school committee stuff is they were like, well, what about Southeast Asians? And for me, I'm just like, well, as a Southeast Asian person, I stand in solidarity, with like representation for Black and Latina residents to have, decision-making power in Worcester. And so I think us, being there really sets a different tone, as well as the different types of conversation we could have.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the the engagement that both of you have kind of sought out, and I'm not, this is obviously a silly thing that we do here in many ways, but I just think the fact that you're willing to kind of have an honest conversation with people and and be open to questions that are live, that are not pre-approved or from even, you don't even know who the people are that are asking them. I think it's important to, have that access. I've never felt like I've had this kind of access to any other representative at any level that I've ever had. So I think that, it's hopefully something, again, that other representatives around here in the city, or just other, people that work in the government in this city, kind of take heed that there's a lot more opinion out there than they're hearing, and people are willing to be engaged if they're met even part of the way.
Oh, totally. I mean, that's the thing that's wild. And I guess that's what my question was getting at is like, it is fun to make fun of our charter because it's a ridiculous document. But at the same time, it is a massive toolbox that can be used for like immense good, right? Like, I mean, I tell you mentioned, it just stuck in my head talking about the gas station earlier, but like that isn't necessarily even a fight over like fossil fuels. It's a zoning change. It's a zoning issue, right? Like, should you be putting something that has super high turnover with a massive amount of cars right on top of one of the main throughways in the city? Like, that doesn't actually make sense. Like, I'm sure there's data somewhere showing that gas stations make more sense on the outskirts of a city than in the more dense areas of the city where traffic is already miserable. I mean, that's, again, just me as an idiot thinking out loud, but like, I'm sure that's a question that nobody has ever thought about. Like, just because someone can afford to buy a parcel of land, that doesn't mean they should be able to stick up whatever they want there.
Right. Like the way that we make economic decisions for the city, it's usually, well, if this doesn't happen, you will not get Z down the road. And, Tu was just talking about political imagination, right? So if we get stuck with, if you don't I'm just taking the gas station as an example, but same with ballpark. If you don't put a ballpark over there, there's zero imagination as to all the other options that are available. And as residents and as people that care about other people, our neighbors and everybody else, the usual way people feel disempowered is, well, okay, there must be the way that they say it is, and I think too, and
It's
Tracy
negging.
and all the others want to say, well, no, why? Tell us why, and let us open up the conversation for what's possible. Because the status quo right now is just not helping us. Our people are struggling. I don't buy the narrative that we are on the up and up. We are on the up and up on some ways, but when you dig deep down in the layers, people are really struggling, and we can't have that. I'm sorry, but we just can't have that for political conveniency.
Oh, totally. Yeah. No, I mean, that's just it, right? Bill mentioned it a bunch of times tonight, but I mean, that's a marketing, it's a marketing ploy, the up and coming city sort of thing. And the reality is that the only difference between now and the 80s or the 70s is that we have agreed to buy our own bullshit for some reason. But the reality is that, like, that's also a powerful thing, right? Like, you can, if everyone is in agreement that the city is moving in a good direction, well, like, actually move it in a good direction, because you've already opened the door to the idea that stuff is possible, which for the longest time, just using Tu's language, like, imagination is not it was never our strong suit. Like, we've never been good at imagination.
It's still not imagination. Like, we're still just a tax credit vending machine. City Hall is just a tax credit vending machine. Like, we're not like dictating our priorities as a city. We're just trying to encourage businesses to come in to dictate their priorities to us and give them as much free fucking real estate, free money as possible for them to come in, and then we celebrate it as a political win. We don't have anything in terms of like real comprehensive planning, real master like planning, real like zoning and design review, and like a real critical analysis of what sort of development is good for our city and good for the entire whole of the residents of our city. We are just, the City Hall is like just a very basic tax cut vending machine for large developers, and that's
Agree
really their only
100%. But the difference is that you open that door, like, now you have the opportunity for somebody to come into the council and say, look, 25,000 new residents and a mountain of businesses coming to the city. Like, maybe we should turn off the tax credit vending machine for a little while. But like, somebody just has to say that, right? And currently there's nobody in that chamber that's willing to say that and make a genuine, thoughtful argument why now might be the time to unplug the vending machine.
Right, and going back to what Attell said in terms of that, if you don't put this here, then this will not be anything. The most potent illustration of that was exactly the argument for the slots parlor. Mm-hmm. We were not going to have anything ever come onto that parcel if we didn't say yes to the slots parlor.
Yeah,
we fought it anyway, and we fought it off. Yeah. And then they said, we'll never have anything here unless we have the baseball stadium. So it's exactly the same argument that was used.
Yeah, it's negging.
It's right, and it's whatever, and to your point, it's whatever the outside force that comes in. It's not that we have together said, gosh, wouldn't it be great to have a grocery store?
Yeah.
A bank in Green Island?
Right. Yeah. It's the urgency that the decisions need to get made now, and they need to only consider one set of options, one set of framework. And anything else is either you're being too critical, or you're being anti-development, or you're being anti-something, right? And I think that we need to be okay with having multiple realities and multiple options and consider them. Yes. And it's okay to slow down. And I think to give some credit to the city manager's administration, with the ARPA funds, have there been a perfect process? No, absolutely. But they have slowly given indications that they're slowing down and listening to community members. So can we replicate that and make that more like on a bigger scale for every decision we make?
I mean, I think as an organizer, one of the things that, as an organizer who's now going to represent, the city, I think the community folks need to be educated on how to, get engaged and how to get involved with the city. At the end of the day, it's like, that's where the pressure has to come from. And it takes people like us being on there. And it also takes us teaching folks what zoning is. Honestly, like we could sit here all the time, and there's 28 of us here, and we could be experts at zoning, but if my neighbor doesn't know what that is, like they're not going to show out for it, right? And like if they don't know that their voice could actually, like y'all say, we could kind of complain about I mean, the woo socks and all that stuff, but unless people actually know what the next steps are, and unless we actually share with people how to do that the same way we can have to talk to people about voting, like there's not going to be change. Because like I think at the end of the day, for me, it's like community pressure is what changes things.
Yeah.
And we have to be way better at doing, you know, that kind of
Right.
education and taking
Right,
the
for
time
sure.
too.
Absolutely.
For sure.
Yeah.
For sure.
I think that's a really great point to end on. We're over 4 hours, so thank you all. The three of you, thank you so much for coming. Tell and two,
Yeah, that was a lot of fun.
we're so excited. We can't wait for the inauguration. We're going to do a big special, so we'll be streaming while you guys are.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. And Tracy, thank you for coming on and kind of giving your insights into the the big and small of the city government. So we really appreciate you guys. We'll let you guys go now. Thank you very much. We're going to close up here, but please, everybody, reach out to your counselors. 2 of them are here. They will be in very soon. So please keep an open line of communication with them.
And don't forget the school committee. We've got those too.
Yes, it's absolutely. Yeah. Well, we'll see
be
how long
exciting.
we can have it. Yeah. So thank you all very much. We really appreciate you guys.
Bye, guys. Bye, everybody. Take care.
Well, thank you, you guys that are still here. Brendan, thank you so much for hanging out with us tonight.
My pleasure. That was awesome.
This was a fascinating one. We almost saw Bill have a breakdown a couple times, but I think for very good reasons. And please support his Substack so you can read all about it. I'm very excited selfishly to just read what comes of all of this stuff that you're going to write. So please subscribe there. We want you also to check out Brendan's show, 508, a show about Worcester. Definitely do that. We'll be here again next week. Woot Nanny has some shows coming up. We got a show on Thursday at Nick's, the Ho Nanny show. Sean's going to be hosting that. We got a lot of surprises coming up on that. Some really fantastic guests and comedians are going to be on there. So please, my computer's going nuts. Please check that out. And also next Thursday, the 16th, we have a D&D stream we're going to be doing here on Twitch on this channel. A kind of holiday themed stream that's going to be DM'd by Maddie T. So if for nothing else, tune in for that. We have like 8 comics that are going to be running in and out, and
Maddie
my
T rules.
entire D&D campaign, all of our players will be there. So please check us out, stick with us, and we will see you next Tuesday, everybody. Have a wonderful night. We love you all. Drink Captain Kombucha forever. That's my final.
Hell yeah. Crafty rule.
Bye, guys.